you ended up in a
He got
cage?
killed.
You got killed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow,
should I be
things
afraid of
started
Greenie? I don't know.
I don't think so, but man, things started out well. You're at the mall with your girlfriend. Next thing you know, Greenie's fishing and you're dead.
Yeah, it was a real plot twist. I really wasn't expecting the ending there.
Hard left turn.
Oh, there's Greenie fishing. Now I'm dead.
Adam Schefter, ESPN NFL Senior Insider, joins us next. Brought to us by ZipRecruiter here on Sportsmanlike on ESPN Radio.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Small's here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome in and talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug, where Paranormal Paul is the first one in there today.
I'll be darned. What's he got to say?
Morning, everyone.
Okay, it's nice of him.
Yeah, it's kind of pleasant to open that up and it not be lighting us up.
He's got some sixth sense or something to call himself Paranormal Paul.
Paranormal Paul, explain why you are Paranormal Paul. And here during this week, and only this week, Jackson Burkett will be tending to updating those who do not have names in our Air Comfort Service text inbox. And Jackson, I see the requests are already coming in. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the program. You can call in for our Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then you go to youtube.com/TMASTL, and you can watch the program. But not only can you watch it, you can talk it over with other listeners. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. I was supposed to be vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. What is that, Montauk? The Montauk area of the Hamptons?
Jackie, come back. Are you already lost to clerical?
No, what do you mean?
Well, you're busy.
I was opening up some files.
Okay.
Like drops and such?
And such.
Well, I show started at 7. I would have opened it before, but that's fine.
Wow.
Totally fine.
Wow.
Totally fine.
Wow. The alliance is crumbling.
Yeah,
We
best
just
of
have
luck
our
getting into that
moments.
Montauk house, Martin.
I can see Tim kicking it old school in Montauk.
You think so?
Like F. Scott Fitzgerald or something.
Yeah, I can see that.
Stutz Bearcat driving around Long Island.
I just want to hang with the college and filled masses.
Okay.
But we were supposed to go to the Denver area, going to a concert at Red Rocks, and somehow, and I don't necessarily know how, although, Martin, you've got Denver ties, right? Doug, you've done some Denvering. We've all done some Denvering, I gather. The weather in Denver can get you real nice like, and I have no idea what the hell happened, but the temperatures were in the 40s and low 50s with rain coming through, and that is an outdoor venue, and so we decided it would be a waste of time and money to go out there, and so I've called an audible, and I will be staying here, and also the Royals are in town, and this rivalry is...
Can't miss that.
Thank you.
Do you think the weather will affect Rocky's attendance, Tim?
Fortunately for them, they were able to play in front of a packed house last night in Miami.
That's right.
Big W, though.
That's win number 10 for your Colorado Rockies, Doug, on pace for 27 of them.
6-4 winners. I think the weather probably changes quicker in Denver than any other major city in America.
I think that might be a hot yet accurate take.
Yeah, I'll put the oven mitts on.
Yeah, I guess you might as well.
You can get all 4 seasons in about an hour and a half in Denver. We think the weather changes quickly here. It's nothing compared to what they get. You can go from 80 degrees to snow in Denver on the same
witnessed
day.
it. May 2001 Western Conference Finals, Blues and Avalanche. I recall going from that airport, which isn't necessarily right around the corner, into downtown, and we went from summer into snow in that trip.
Did they overthink that airport? My dad lived in the Golden area for years, so I've been out there a ton, not far from Red Rocks. But that Denver airport, they built it so far out, like, there's room to expand. There's room. And you just get off the highway. You know, like Lambert, you get off the highway and they're friendly and they're greeting you, Doug.
That's exactly right.
It's right there. You get off the highway, there's the airport. In Denver, you get off the highway, I think it's a 10-mile drive, and there's just nothing for 10 miles. But they were thinking ahead, thinking way
For expansion.
ahead.
There's no eminent domain at the Denver airport.
They do have a little subway train that drives right up to the airport. You can pick up your bags and step right on the train, and it takes you right downtown.
Is that right?
Yeah. Very
But I needed
handy.
a car to drive to Red Rocks, so I had to get a car.
My dad said that it rained every day at about 4 o'clock, that it would roll off the mountains. And he said, so if you're down at Coors Field, just know pregame, batting practice, it's just going to rain for a little bit every single day. Count on that, Doug.
All right. I'll write that down.
I like that. Red Rocks. I've never been to a show there.
Oh, bees knees.
I've been to Red Rocks. I've just never been to a show. What was the show?
Ryan Bingham, who cucked me last year, and I was prepared to sit on the Davenport again this year. But it was about 80 degrees last year, and had a nice little pony. But in this case, would you have called the audible if you're in my spot?
It sounds kind of miserable.
Yeah.
You're going to all that trouble. You're going to spend money. Yeah. Did you have tickets to the show, or were you going to buy them
Just
last
get 'em
minute?
there, yeah. Yeah, the show's tonight. We're going to fly out yesterday afternoon after the show.
PJ.
Private jet goes without saying at this point. I mean, I went to St. Gabriel's. And just like, I don't think it's going to make sense. Then we're going to call an audible and go to Las Vegas. But, okay, that's going to be a little expensive on short notice. So you know what? I thought the Royals are in town. The Battlehawks have that conference championship game. I'd rather be here.
Okay. Now they're saying just a 40% chance of rain there.
Yeah, but do you see the temperatures?
57. It's 48 right now.
Outdoor venue at
Outdoor
night,
venue at
kind of in the mountains-ish.
Yeah,
Bring your shawl.
Well, you
yeah,
deserve
sure.
better, Tim. That's on Denver.
Thank you.
That's on Denver.
Thank you. That's all I was looking for.
Okay.
Thank God Tim is staying here to captain the TMA ship. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson says is attractive, but Jackson, for the record, is not attracted to him. More days of Tim. My life is now saved. That's from
let's stop this.
Springfield Mud Tosser. You're looking great this morning, Mr. Tim. Have you been working out? That's from the 636.
Gosh. We're going to have to shut this line down.
Shut the so then
Clear
all
them
it
out,
is
Doug.
Pestis.
Clear them
All
down.
it is Pestis on the Callier and Thompson phone line.
I'm very close to doing this much.
You can act like a man and wear rain gear. That's from Veiled Prophet.
That's
He thinks
more like
I
it.
gather he's saying I should have gone. The rain would not have kept me away. The cold is what kept us.
God, I think I'd rather do the cold
Really?
than the rain for an outdoor
Yeah.
show.
Was it possible they would cancel an outdoor show if it's cold and rainy?
What if they heard Tim wasn't coming? Would they cancel
They would
the
I
show?
wonder
for that,
now
yeah.
if they will cancel it.
Yeah, no show
Due
this
to
evening.
unforeseen circumstances, tonight's show has been canceled.
I just heard Tim's voice. It moved. Doug, that's from the gerbil who was moving around somewhere. When you talk about the Hamptons, do you mean Hampton Avenue? It's from the 314.
No.
No, we don't.
That was little Jackie Papers.
No.
I'm telling you, Tim, we've lost him for the whole show.
What do you mean?
You're doing bookkeeping.
That was a contribution.
I understand, but it's not the same Jackaroo we're used to because you've got to change everybody's name.
I'm letting you fellas cook, you know?
Okay, he's letting us cook.
We're chopping it up.
Doug, you know what they say about the weather in St. Louis? If you don't like it, just get divorced, get your face pumped full of collagen, and move to South Florida. That's from Al in Dadeville. Is that what the business model is? You
Well,
get
for
divorced
some-
and move to South Florida, but you get your face pumped full of collagen?
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
Okay, and they're going where, to Naples, I guess?
Yeah.
Is that where you go if you have
Seems to be-
unlimited funds? Unlimited fund, not refunds, but funds.
Yeah, refunds galore. That'd certainly be one of the places you
I
go.
would think that'd be high on the list, yeah.
Boy, these requests are coming in for Jackson. That's the clerical work you're talking about, Martin. This guy is in there. Somebody wants to be Nolan Gorman's eye. That's the 603. Jackson's on it. If you do not have a text name, Jackson will tend to it now through Friday. Then he cuts you off again until July 1st. 314-399-9646. That is how you can have a text inbox name or have your thoughts read here on the program. On the Stiefel dossier, Matt Holliday is going to join us coming up at 9:15 as the Cardinals get ready to take on the Royals, Dodgers, and Blue Jays. And Doug, this club is going to be put to the test here over the next 9 games.
Yeah, it'll be a good measuring stick. I don't care so much about series wins or losses. Just stack up the W's.
Doug, who has a better home record than your St. Louis Cardinals? Name the teams that have a better home record.
Dodgers?
No.
Cubs?
No.
Well,
I'll give you one more National League shot.
Mets?
Spent a lot of money. Yes, the Mets
Okay.
at 24-7.
Okay.
Your Cardinals are 19-8. Okay, I don't have percentages.
That's the second best home record?
Tigers have no. The Mets are the best. Tigers are 21-8, and then the Cardinals are at 19-8. Dodgers, for the record, 21-10.
That's nice, considering most of those wins came in front of next to no fans.
Yeah, it's now June. Tim's in town.
Yeah, I'm
The
staying in
Royals are here.
I'll set the over-under at 29,401 for tonight's attendance. 29,401. Where do you want to go? Now, keep in mind.
Good weather tonight.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I thought it was good today. Oh, God, I can't keep track. I thought today was fine.
I got my Denver up, and it's 48 degrees right now there. Let me scroll over to the Inaccurate Weather app. It's currently 71 degrees in St. Louis with a 45% chance of precipitation. And, Doug, if you are looking to ball strike today, adjust accordingly for the Hawk because it will be up with winds gusting up to 20 miles an hour in the Gateway to the West.
Okay.
Which is the Gateway
to the best football team.
That's correct.
I'll guess about 29,402, maybe.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I see what he did. Tim, I'm going to go 29,403.
Oh, God.
And so, Doug, you've
Now
got
I got
a
a narrow
really
window.
narrow window here to win this attendance game.
Take the over on the attendance. I'll be there tonight, boys. That's from the Jefferson Barracks Gigolo.
I think some Royals fans will be in the house. It's Tuesday night. Maybe a little bit of walk-up excitement. Yeah, I think
Nothing else going on. You know, they might have big crowds tonight.
going over.
Well, I mean, there you go. Then bet the over. 29,400, and you have by taking the over of 29,401. But if there's anything more than that, Martin is going to ship it. Jackson, would you take the over-under on 29,400? Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett.
Yeah, I'll take the over.
Oh, yeah. You really think so?
Yeah, I think 31.5 seems like a fun
Way
number.
over.
Yeah, 31.5.
Alternate line.
That sounds better to me, too. I'll go 31,501.
This guy.
Yeah, you're onto something. I'm going to go 31,
35. I heard 35.
Doggone it.
31,502.
It's like a chess piece took your hand away.
Always go last. Always go last.
Jeez.
Your boy will be at the game. That's from It's Your Boy Fuzz.
Nice. That's good. That's one.
Yeah.
Brick by brick.
That's all we can do here. Call into the program. Callier Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in as well at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. And then get involved in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Stag is talking to Ted Gann, who's talking to Paranormal Paul, who's talking to DJ Patty Cakes. Don PP is watching it all, and he says, I'm saying over 30,000 fans, and the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer has over 34,000 fans.
Oh, really?
So Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer is bullish. Precipitation chances have been reduced in the St. Louis area today, but tomorrow and Thursday, very high probability of rain and storms over the next 72 hours for this series.
Tim, I like people now texting in. Sharon says, Sharon Ledoux Pool Boy says, I won't be there. So now people are texting in to let us know.
Let us know.
Individually. So we can do some math. Are you going or not going to the game?
And for the record, Sharon from Clayton, who is sideways with her pool boy, says you literally can smell the scent of money wafting through the air when you're in Naples, Florida.
I bet you can. I think that's probably the garden spot of Florida, isn't it? Wouldn't that be the best spot to live in Florida?
Other side of the state.
Other side of the state.
I don't
all day.
think so.
If you're from the
If you're
Midwest, you like the Gulf side. If you're from the Northeast, you like the Atlantic side.
Palm Beach is kind of fancy.
Palm Beach is slightly.
I've heard about it. It's kind of fancy. I've driven through there.
It's a little intense there, too. The East Coast, much more intense than the West Coast of Florida. A lot more laid back on the West Coast.
Shut up, Sharon!
Yeah.
It's from the 314.
Okay.
Why are they so bitter at Sharon? What's she ever done to deserve
Well,
that?
I think a lot of people wanted to be the star, the Real Housewives of TMA, and now they know that she's kind of the alpha. And anytime you do a scene at Brio, she always is positioned at the head of the table. I noticed your director does that.
Okay.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Got to get busy with that. Got to.
I really do agree with you. Jack Caglione is a specimen and a must-see at bat. His debut today will be special. That's from Big Worm. Doug, he is making his debut right here tonight in St. Louis.
Big power hitter for the Royals, like 6'5", 240, something like that. Tore it up in college. He pitched in college, too.
Yeah, how about
now
that?
he's just a hitter. But suppose he hit some real bombs in the minor leagues.
They're last in the majors in home runs. So a little.
You wonder what took him so long to get him here?
Call him up. Played AA, AAA already this year.
Some Royals fans wanted him here from the beginning. Some wanted them to wait. If you're interested, Doug, he's plus 900 to go yard tonight against Andre Palante and your St. Louis Cardinals.
Okay. Well, everything they're talking about him sounds like he's going to be a big star. At least they're hoping he is. Going to be a big hitter. Hopefully they can
Keep him at bay. Keep him at bay.
Keep
Boy,
him at bay. Handcuff him.
If he emerges as a star, boy, can you imagine that with Bobby Witt Jr.? You got a little something going in Kansas City.
Yeah, you would.
I know we're supposed to dial up the rivalry. This is where we just, what do you hate about Kansas City?
Can't
Text
stand
in.
'em.
You're not welcome around here, Royals geeks. Let them have it, Doug.
You're not welcome around here. Turn rear and going back to where you're from.
Guys, the Royals took him right before the Cardinals took J.J. Weatherholt. That's from John Gruden's burner. I was reading Derek Gould's chat yesterday on STLtoday.com, and he said the Cardinals weren't upset because they knew when they were sitting there they were either going to get him or Weatherholt, so they felt like they were going to win no matter what.
Okay.
And Weatherholt is doing just fine himself.
Yeah.
Did we have him on?
Yes, we
just
did.
talked to him?
Friend of the show at this point.
As far as he knows.
It's hard to find those big, huge power hitters, though. Those guys are really valuable. If they can, hit for a decent average. I don't mean the Joey Gallo types, but obviously if you can land the next Aaron Judge or somebody like that, hey, man, you got something for 15 years there.
Doug, Chairman Steve wants to talk about it on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. He starred, from my standpoint, on Friday's presentation, in which he turned to the YouTube cameras and made what was an obscene gesture to the texters that I had to later explain to my kids. He joins us right now here on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Chairman Steve. You're on with Jackson Burkett.
Okay, don't yell at us.
I will be at a Little League game in Eureka for the beginning of the Cardinals game, but I'll be there for the end of it.
Oh, you will?
Who is on megaphone duty if you're not there?
Well, I won't be there this afternoon, Martin.
That's why I asked the question.
I'll be there tomorrow. Will you be there tomorrow covering the team?
I think I actually am going to be there pregame, and I'm looking forward to you and the megaphone from the balcony at One Cardinal Way, mostly to see the player reaction.
Will you get in front of the dugout, though, so I can see you on the field, and then I can yell at you?
Okay, I'll wear bright orange tomorrow.
Ooh, nice, Ricky Fowler.
Okay. No, I'll notice you. I can see from up there.
All right.
And I got since Jackson likes weddings so much, I got 4 to go to. He can go with my wife. I'll even give him a ride there. And it's right up. One of them's right up his alley too, because it's 2 guys. So Libby Jack would love that one.
Sure.
But let me know, Jack. I'll send you the dates.
Yeah, no, send us along.
I got a story that my neighbor told me. This isn't one of my neighbors is buddies with the security over at Citi Field or whatever it's called, Energizer Park.
Okay.
And so this guy's coming through the whatchamacallit, the metal detector, and it keeps going off. Who's wrestling around there?
Nobody.
Stay focused, Steve.
Okay. All right. I'm trying.
I'm trying to transcribe the call.
But so he keeps setting off the detector, and they're finally pulling him aside, and they're like, "Hey, what's going on here?" They rub the wand, and the wand is hitting his groin, and the security guy's like, "Hey, what's going on down there? Can you take off whatever is on there?" He's like, "No, it's a ball stretcher."
Oh.
And it's attached.
What?
Look this thing up. Oh, my God.
Doug, look it up real quickly
on
your computer.
Don't do it at work. But this is the most. But that's kind of what you got there with those City fans. They're a little odd.
The whole fan base just got.
There's you guys been? I've been to a bunch of games. Have you guys been to games?
I have been
Jackson,
to games.
can't get enough.
I wasn't aware that there was a certain phenomenon going on in people's pants. I didn't know that.
Again, I'm enjoying the show.
Did they make him take the ball stretcher off to get in his car?
Can't. Look it up, Doug. You cannot take it off.
Don't do it on the Hubbard computer.
It's some sort of erotic zone down there or something, I guess. But all I know is, ever since he's told me that story, I have a pain in my abdomen just thinking about the damn thing. I mean, oh God.
Well, it's important that we note on this program we do not kink shame.
I do.
And so we support the ball stretcher.
Why would you want him stretched?
I'm fine with the guy doing it, but man, you are committed at that point. I mean, this thing Oh, God. And some of them have, like, little spikes at the end, too, like to give you some... Oh, God. It was bad.
So did he have to drop his trowel and show what it was there at the stadium?
No, I think the guy believed him. And he
decided to just let him proceed.
Security let him through.
So that's the move.
Guess I got to text polling.
He patted him down and felt it. So it was. It's interesting. I mean, some of these people are wacko, but you know.
Love it in St. Louis.
Yes, it is.
Oh, I saw him. I saw him on the street at the McKernan days.
And I saw Chairman Steve inside the Mac Bar and Grill.
Yeah. 2 doubles for your. Was that your grandson?
Yeah, Holden had a Dr. Pepper, and Chairman Steve wanted to know if it was a rum and Coke. I said, well, he is 8. Now, at the Mac, they don't card, so it was fine.
Tell you what, Holden's a pretty serious kid. He wasn't messing around. Then he had a little shadow of eye black underneath his eyes. I like it. He's a ball player,
Just came from Little League Baseball, and he was a little quiet when he left. He said, Papa, who is that scary man? No, he didn't say that.
I was on my best behavior. So was Martin. It was awesome, though. Rich Gould was there. I saw Doug Vaughn there with his son. I saw most of the Vaughn family over the weekend.
Yeah, well, we try to get out and around. We try.
And then I was telling Doug, every time I see a picture of his grandson, all I can think of is the Larry Nickel face swap with Doug on that Christmas picture, because his son has that chubby face like that, and it looks exactly like the Larry Nickel face swap, and I can't get it out of my head. Did you ever check that out, Doug?
No, you know what? I didn't.
I am now your daddy.
It was a little uncomfortable because Doug's former boyfriend, the hipster of Tower Grove South, was there, and then Greg was at the hole. Did you feel uncomfortable, Doug?
Not in the least, no.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, that's more like what I was thinking.
So we got a Steve and Wildwood Listener of the Year conversation going on here with Sharon and Clayton. Doug, this is like Alabama and Georgia meeting.
Okay.
Sharon and Clayton says, well, for those few 101 listeners who are on the fence about this show and trying to give it a chance, they just officially bowed out after this call. Pretty sure Janet turned it off. That's from Sharon and Clayton. It sounds like she is not giving you her endorsement, Chairman.
I mean, I think most of the audience liked the ball stretcher story, but Sharon's got it in for me, and I know Doug has confirmed that he met her, but this can't be real. There can't be a woman who is this into the show that texts all show like that. I mean, she sends more texts than me, right?
No, her texts just get read because a lot of them are interesting. A lot of people text the entire length of the show. A lot of people do.
Doug just going after people who text too much like me.
A lot of requests for the buzzer. I'm requesting the Elliot Davis phone call. Either.
I'm looking at the picture of the ball stretcher.
Oh, God.
And I can't imagine how it works.
Well, I'll tell you, you're getting really close to kink shaming, and that's going to be a problem.
I just can't imagine how it works.
Doug, that picture's going to own you for like a week now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so bad.
And this guy wore that to the soccer game and sat there the whole game.
Well, new coach.
Well, I'm guessing he still has it on. I wish he would call in. If he's listening, call in and tell us what the kink is. But I'm sure he still has it on because you look at that thing, Doug. It's not like something you can take off. Probably his boyfriend or girlfriend has the key or something, too.
Oh, so it's like a chastity cage?
In some ways, it looked like it. I'm sure that's an option, But I
turned on my
This model,
I'm my wife about it this morning, and she was mortified.
I'm seeing a stainless steel model right now. I could get.
Yeah, that's more for the central corridor.
Yeah, vibrates.
Don't do it, buddy. Don't do it. All right, I'll let you guys go. I know people are upset right now. Doug, I love you. Martin, I'll be yelling down there.
Oh, Jack,
like that.
I'll try to get back in time.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
And then I like when Claiborne's down there, I like to yell 2-pound carrot cake. So I'll do that. Hopefully he'll be down there with you, and you can see his reaction.
Okay. All right, we'll look for that.
Right, guys.
Okay. We'll see ya.
Right there, Jackson got him right at the end.
That was a polite buzzer.
Caller Ellen has come to terms with the fact that she has been replaced by Sharon and Clayton. Don't worry, I'm okay. Therapy helped. Doug, that's from Caller Ellen, and she is ceding the crown to Sharon and Clayton. Wow, what a moment.
Is this a one-woman type of show?
Caller Ellen can always call in.
Monogamous.
She can always call in. She used to. Call or text.
Yeah, Chairman standing by. 314-974-0101. Boy, I'll tell you what, there were a lot of requests, Martin, for the buzzer and or bleach.
I think Jackson was overly patient there.
I actually believe that Time Sharon has a six-pack. There's no way her husband married this unemployed shrew for her personality. It's from Arbor Day. Have you heard the term shrew?
No.
That's from Arbor Day, who has won Texture of the Year in both 2023 and 2024, and for my money is a heavy favorite to repeat in 2025. Speaking of which, that's the Texture of the Year. We also have the Listener of the Year competition, and on the other side of our commercial break, Little Jackie Papers hosted a papal conclave yesterday. Martin, did you vote?
I voted.
Wow.
Quick. Yeah. Did I not vote right away?
It doesn't tell me who exactly votes. Of course, this is...
It's secrecy.
Yeah. Doesn't. But I did see all the responses came in quickly.
All right. We'll find out who the Listener of the Month is for the month of May here on TMA. You can sign up to be the Listener of the Month for the month of June at tmastl.com. And great news, you can keep your anonymity and still be the Listener of the Month, tmastl.com. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
'cause we the truest red birds in our hearts. So many pennies, we should hang them from the arch. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my hat. As long as that bird red, I'ma put it on my bat. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my back. As long as that bird red, I'ma wear it on my hat. Yep. Chambers, you my boy. Yeah, them Braves ain't gonna stay boys.
Yeah.
Now if you from St. Louis, gonna make some noise.
Think about that. TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Yesterday, TMA emailer AI won.
Yeah.
I need to get that Venmo for TMA emailer AI and ship him $50 for the win. Papers, do you have the Venmo of the winner, TMA emailer AI? This was an AI.
Okay.
We can get that to you post haste.
That's a no, you don't have it, right?
I was not.
No, you weren't looking for it.
Jackson really is active in that Air Comfort Service text inbox.
We
though.
lose him this time of year. I hate it. He's so busy it's like tax season. Can't be bothered.
He is, every non-name saved in there is asking Jackson to change their name to a regular name, which you can do. Yeah, hey, God bless. We love the engagement. 314-399-9646. Star of The Real Housewives of TMA, Sharon and Clayton, has issued a statement to her detractors, of which there are many. Since it's so hard to grasp, here's the deal. I spend my morning walking my dogs and working out. Rather than listen to music or news or other bogus crap, I listen to sports talk. So hopefully that explains me being into the show and having time to text for those who care.
Okay, then.
That is from Sharon in Clayton. So, Doug, she is explaining why she is available for the 4 hours of this presentation to text in and spar with the audience members, including Stephen Wildwood, who she's sideways with. What a collision that's going to be at WrestleMania.
You think some of the walruses are upset with her just because she gets some attention and they don't? Is that what it would be?
No, I think she's kind of diversified the reasons for her dislike. The boasts of cash, the shaming of people enjoying dining.
A little highfalutin at times. A little highfalutin.
Yeah. She goes after Jackson, and everybody loves Jackson.
Yeah.
I don't notice that.
Tim, I noticed the Baldwin Beer Bitch is on a temporary line.
Yeah, she's on a burner. What is this, The Wire?
She said Sharon's texts only get read because she and Doug go to the same QAnon anonymous meetings.
Sharon Clayton's QAnon?
With Doug. And then she said, also, I'm in Madrid this week. No one knows where St. Louis, Missouri is.
Oh!
I let them know we have the best fans in baseball, and they all gave me a confused look. So I guess that's not playing in Madrid.
Why would you know where St. Louis is if you're from Madrid, Portugal?
We know where Madrid is.
Can you name,
Spain.
But if you're in Portugal, were you talking about Portugal or Spain?
Madrid,
okay.
Also known as Madrid.
So how many
Spain.
other cities in Spain do we know?
Barcelona.
Is it Barcelona?
Ibiza.
Most
Americans
like would have no idea.
The Basque region, of course.
That's a region, not a city. But most Americans wouldn't have any idea what Ibiza is.
Oh, I don't know on that.
Oh,
Mike
they wouldn't
Posner
have a
put out a
clue.
pretty big song about it.
They did. Was that 2010?
Ooh, I'm going to say later. I think Cooler Than Me by Mike Posner, his original hit, was 2010.
Doug, do you pronounce it Posner or Posner?
I don't pronounce it either way.
He got bit by a snake real good. Isn't that right, Chairman? You told me about that.
Yeah, he almost died.
Yeah.
Percentage of St. Louisans that would have heard of Madrid, Spain, probably pretty darn high.
Madrid,
yeah.
Ibiza? No.
Well, I know. It started with Tim. I started with Madrid.
No, I'm saying.
I'm arguing.
I'm saying it doesn't surprise me that they don't know about St. Louis. What is it about St. Louis that they would need to know? It's not New York or LA.
Would you say Ibiza is the Lake of the Ozarks of the Mediterranean?
They're both bodies of water. I don't know if there's any similarities outside of that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Boats, but there's boats on that water.
Osage-ish? Is that a town?
Osage Beach, yeah.
Have you seen some of the man on the street interviews where they ask people just really general, easy questions and they just don't have a clue?
Yeah.
A lot of Americans couldn't even point to Spain on a map.
I think a lot of Americans, yeah. You're probably right.
It was a big jaywalking vehicle.
Yeah.
Jay-Leno.
Yeah.
What's the capital of California? And they would be like, I don't know. Is that the name of our city or state?
Sharon in Clayton isn't fooling anyone. We all know he's sitting in Jefferson County with a ball stretcher on as we speak. That is from the 573. Doug has met Sharon and can confirm she actually exists and is a real-life lady.
I sat right behind she and her husband at a Blues game.
And you say they're delights?
They're delights, yes.
They love the note.
They do, yeah.
Do they love the note more than Jackson?
I think so, yeah. I think so.
That's passion right there. You're welcome to participate in the program. So many different ways to do so. 314-974-0101 is how you can call in. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in. Also, you can get a text name, which increases the probability of getting read. And then we have youtube.com/TMASTL Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where a couple hundred friends are in there, including old Percy Blumpkin this morning.
Oh, Percy's
Fun to see
in
him
there.
back from his vacation. And he's talking to Illini Greg in Green Bay, and Sideways, the golf movie, which Jackson claimed yesterday was a golf film when he was doing his Mount Rushmore of golf movies, which was Caddyshack, Tin Cup.
Sideways made the list?
Sideways made the list, and then the audience was mad that he didn't include The Legend of Bagger Vance.
The movie stinks. I knew, but when I said Sideways, I was like, I know this is like kind of cheating. But it's more of a commentary on the lack of like great golf movies out there. I don't care what people say.
No, you've had it with people.
I really just changed the name to texture is Pale's Make-A-Wish radio gig ends Friday.
That's the name. Does that roll off the tongue?
This doesn't feel like a Make-A-Wish thing for you, does it?
5 years in.
Make-A-Wish. What is it? Ends Friday?
Yeah.
What's the middle part? Males Make-A-Wish.
I'm not changing that come Friday, so it's going to be tough. You're going to be sitting with that.
Right. Stuck now. Swingers must be a golf movie as well. Yeah, they do indeed play golf. Swingers must be a golf movie as well. Two guys on a par 3 for a scene. The name of the movie. Brilliant. That's from the Ichiro's American Hits.
Los Feliz, par 3. That's a great scene. But no, there's more golf involved.
It's John Favreau and Ron Livingston. Am I right?
I don't remember. I don't know.
Complaining about women in that one. In that scene.
Okay.
Do you consider that to be a golf movie?
No. Nor do I really consider Sideways.
But you put it on your Mount Rushmore. I mean, I can play the audio back.
I know they did. I refuse to put The Legend of Bagger Vance on there. It's a movie I don't like, so why would I put it on there?
No, you wouldn't have to.
Hey, Sharon, want to hook up? That's from the Jerkwood from Kirkwood. And now, Doug, people are putting pucks on net.
Oh, gosh.
That's what's going on in the text inbox. It's turned into the Hinge app. The Cardinals and Royals getting it on this evening. John Mozeliak was on with Brian Kenny yesterday. And a couple of pieces of this conversation that will be of note to Cardinal fans. Here is what Mozeliak had to say about their approach this season that has led to the hot start.
What do you make of your own start?
Well, I think it's really a combination of almost everything. When you think about holistically with the Cardinals right now, we're pitching well. Our bullpen got off to a shaky start in the month of April, but we've seemed to find the right roles for people as we've gotten into May and June. And then ultimately, from like an offensive standpoint, I think our lineup 1 through 9 can create havoc. And so you combine that with our really good defense, and we're playing well.
You made one free agent signing. That was Phil Maton, so that's under $5 million. I'm just wondering, John, if there's something to that. Did you just like your club and just say, let's get back out there? What was the MO?
Well, there's a lot of things going on, right? Obviously, I'm going into my last year. We're transitioning with our leadership group, with Chaim Bloom taking over at the end of 2025. And the other thing we were trying to really do is get a sense of like, what players do we want to invest in long term? Who do we want to be a part of the Cardinals in 2026 and beyond? And I think the only way we could really figure this out is allowing these guys to play. And so we didn't want to get into decision making on who should do what, other than give these guys a runway, see what they're capable of doing, and let them decide what their future looks like.
Base hit.
Yeah, base knock.
Do you think that was really the plan, or was the plan we got to change everything, but we just didn't get it done?
I'm going to go more with the latter, specifically Nolan Arenado, which he did say was priority 1, 2, and 3. And I gather, Martin, that they probably feel pretty good that didn't happen, because Nolan Gorman at this point is not really showing any flashes. At least Walker's shown some flashes before going on the IL. And now there's really no place to even put Gorman.
No, he's hitting a crisp 187.
Kind of overlooked the Michael Hellman signing. Other than
I
that,
agree with that. I had a problem with that part, too.
It is interesting. As much as we dissect the local team nationally, they didn't seem to quite like, and Brian Kenny's a great baseball guy, but was kind of asking, hey, you really liked your club? And Mo said, well, there's a couple of different things going on. In part, trying not to spend money other than Phil Maton. That was part of the plan. They are given runway, but the two biggest pieces given the runway have not really produced, and yet you're still having a winning club. I think there's probably genuine surprise they've been able to do this, and Walker's been relatively quiet. Now he's injured, and then Gorman's done little to nothing, and yet you're still got a pretty competitive team. But watch out for that Comedy Central no more. Brewers have won 8 in a row. Cubs have won 15 out of 20.
If you're the Cardinal front office, how much longer of a leash do you give to Gorman? How long do you hang with him? This is year 4. His second year, he had 27 homers in just 119 games. You know, he was on a pace for, if he played a full season, he'd hit 35 home runs. And now 2 years later, he just can't hardly make contact. How long do you hang with him there and hope that he finds it? That's got to be a question that they wrestle with daily.
And it is interesting because he's shown you with that one season at least more than Walker's ever shown you, right?
Yeah.
That you know this guy potentially could be a power bat. But I don't know. 187. OPS 577.
1 home run.
Yeah.
Oh, baby!
Striking out more than a third of the at-bats.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
Gosh, he needs to get the eye
That
back.
home run was on March 30th.
It really has to be a problem that they wrestle with on a daily basis.
I just saw a picture of the ball stretcher in the text.
Oh, let's get past that. Let's get past the ball stretcher proper.
I can't.
It's really thrown this show sideways.
Well, I mean, Chairman Stephen, with just a wonderful anecdote, Doug, about, a fan being wanded at a city game and explained that, I'm just walking in with my ball stretcher.
I guess they'd let you into the soccer game. They wouldn't let you onto an airplane with that thing on, would they?
Want to test it out? Get you a cheap ticket.
I know the poor people at TSA have seen a lot, but I don't know if they've seen much of that. And I would think they would probably just go ahead and arrest you at that point. You think? We're just
That
going
would
to lock
really
you
be,
up.
I mean, kink shaming is...
Civil liberties, Doug.
Yeah. Here is Mozeliak on how they're viewing the trade deadline with Brian Kenny on MLB Network.
So you're in charge of trade deadline then, because now you're in a wild card spot now. How will you approach that?
Yeah, like I've been saying to anybody that asks, I hope July 31st is complicated for us. I mean, I really do. And, looking at how we're playing right now, if we can keep this up, I do think ownership will let us look to add pieces that make us stronger.
Base hit.
Yep. The left, maybe. Slapped at the left. Good piece of hitting.
Oh, well.
They seem a little surprised that the team is actually kind of... I think it sounds like... He's sure we'll add on if they'll let us add on. I think everyone's a little surprised that it's worked out. Let's see, Doug. They had a great May. They're 0-1 in June. Are you ready to panic? They're 0-1 in the month of June.
I'm not ready, but the next 6 games are going to tell quite a bit, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe, and then they got Milwaukee for 4, and the Brewers have won 8 in a row after Toronto's in there too. So the next couple of weeks, I think, will tell us.
Jeff Passan wrote a column this morning on the trade deadline and writes this regarding the Cardinals. Their objective is to continue playing the best defense in Major League Baseball. If they were to unload someone, it could be right-handed reliever Ryan Helsley. And then what to know? Here is the reaction from a GM who was hoping St. Louis would start losing as expected. Quote, "It sucks." This GM wanted Helsley patrolling the back end of his bullpen, and he wanted the option to grab Matz or Fetty or Michaelis. And because the Cardinals are playing a tremendous brand of baseball, none of those look like an option at this point. Considering how little they spent this winter, the Cardinals should have financial leeway to make a deadline splash. But in order to do that, in President of Baseball Operations John Mozeliak's final season in charge, they'll need to inch closer to the Cubs at the top of the NL Central and cajole ownership into allowing Mozeliak to make this team even better than it has surprisingly been. Doug, do you like when somebody cajoles.
I don't mind a little bit of cajoling. Not too much, but a little is fine.
Luke Weaver's out 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Yankees might be a call-in.
Oh, wow. The Arenado-Helsley deal is percolating.
I'm looking at the schedule again. The next series, they got Kansas City, the Dodgers, Toronto is a good team, and then 4 with Milwaukee. Isn't it Claiborne that always says, I'll let you know at Flag Day?
Yes, he's a Flag Day guy.
Flag Day is what, the 14th?
June 14th.
So the Milwaukee series will be over on the 15th. After those next 4 series, I think at that point, you should know whether they're a contender or pretender. That should just about do it. After that run of competition that they'll be playing, 4 solid teams, one possibly the best team in baseball. If you're still right there after that stretch, I think you have to go for it. I think you have to think they got a shot.
Paranormal Paul says, I like how Mo said that he's hoping that the owners allow him to pick someone up. That's from the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and a couple of texters observed that. Steven Time wrote, most notable part of that audio was Mo saying, quote, if ownership will let us, he's officially done protecting the crown. That's from Steven Time. I have to tell you, I tip my cap to Steven Time and the other texters and Paranormal Paul in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That is a little, it's very subtle, but that's a little off-brand. And I think that's worthy of pointing out. He did say that, as opposed to,
did he say, I think they will, or I hope they will?
Hope.
Did he say hope? I thought he said, I think they'll let us.
But either way, he's acknowledging that he doesn't
usually
just get to
doesn't
call
reference
shots.
ownership.
Well, Paranormal Paul, if he really has these powers, he's going to know a little bit more than the rest of us, and he's going to know it before we know it.
I agree with you.
That's a good point. Good point, Doug.
I thought you were replaying it, Jackson. I saw you turn there. I apologize. Doug, that was the reason for that 1 second birth.
We would love to have had that replay.
I thought he said, I think ownership will allow it. And the question is, if he said, I hope, that's a little more interesting to me, meaning he's not sure where they sit.
Yeah, like I've been saying to anybody that asks, I hope July 31st is complicated for us. I mean, I really do. And, looking at how we're playing right now, if we can keep this up, I do think ownership will let us look to add pieces that make us stronger.
He thinks
another hit.
Base knock.
Thinks ownership. He knows. He knows what the DeWitts are thinking. He knows.
Yeah.
So he thinks they will add on, but he hopes that it's an issue for them at the deadline. But he doesn't usually reference ownership. He usually just kind of talks about we're going to do this, we might do that.
Dr. Brandon Pryor is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug, and many of the guys in the YouTube chat were excited about the, quote, hot dentist in there with them.
No.
Dr. Brandon Pryor had his team out at the Dotem this past week on number 9. Jackson tucked a 7-iron in there, real nice like. But it wasn't good enough for a birdie for his pairing, as my brother-in-law, who was really rolling the rock
downtown
that day, was able to capitalize. And that was the 100 West Dental, closest to the pin competition at the Dotem. 100 West Dental is online at 100westdental.com. I know plenty of people go, I don't really want to go to the dentist. Getting your checkup is so important. Get it done twice a year, and that helps not just your dental health, but your overall health. Poor dental health can lead to poor overall physical health. Get checked up in Baldwin on Manchester at 100 West Dental. They're online at 100westdental.com. You can schedule online without even picking up the phone. Just check the calendar and check availability, and now you're working with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. Coming up on the program today, Larry Nickel, if Jackson will allow him on the program, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. John Scores believes that Jackson will not let him on, even though I feel like he's been on recently.
Do you want me to read the text he sent me last week?
If you could.
Yeah.
A little behind the curtain.
No problem. Larry texted me last week on Tuesday, his normal day. This was at 9:14 a.m., Tuesday, May 27th. If you guys are going to talk about hockey during the 9 a.m. hour, I will not be calling in.
Oh, no.
Wow.
So,
no.
State of the Union there.
So he has guidelines and restrictions as to when he will call in.
He has, Yep. He's got principles, and he sticks to them.
Well, Doug, he has terms in that contract, and counsel has advised that if it's in the contract, you got to adhere. So if we talk hockey, he won't call in.
He's out.
So there it is. Larry Nickel laying down the law. Jackson wanted to get him on, but we were talking hockey.
So during the update, will you just mention that the Stanley Cup Finals are about to begin, just to throw a little slice of hockey in there to set Larry off?
Yeah.
Are you sideways with Larry?
Nah. If it's a sideways situation, it's a one-sided sideways situation.
Wow, there was a lot going on there.
So one-sided
sideways situation. Matt Holliday coming up at 9:15. There's your Stiefel dossier. I deep tease this. It is now time to find out, though, who is the May 2025 TMA Listener of the Month. Jackson hosted the Papal Conclave yesterday. We gathered. We voted. All of us voted. Is that correct? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your May 2025 TMA Listener of the Month, which you can sign up to be right now at tmastl.com for the June Listener of the Month. Here is Jackson Burkett.
In a unanimous decision.
Wow.
You might have seen this person at day one of the Dotem. You've heard their emails at the Design Air Heating and Cooling email a day. And in the fall, you'll likely see them between the hedges. It's Al in Dadeville.
Oh, Doug, he loves Georgia.
To Al in Dadeville.
Well, I was put to the test on the choices.
It was a good group.
And since Jackson broke the omerta of the Papal Conclave by talking about the unanimous nature of the vote, and that's something that I think you're going to have to deal with.
Well, no one knows who the other finalists were.
How do you come up with the finalists? You just make them up real quick to get it over with?
No.
It's a list of people who've signed up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They got to sign up for this.
I was put to the test on the list.
Some good options.
So I was surprised that it was unanimous. That's not any disrespect at Al in Dadeville. I just thought that we had so many wonderful choices, Doug, with so many wonderful listeners.
And the guy who wins a trip to Mallorca? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, Mallorca.
Lunch with Sharon. I believe that's what was being offered up. That Alan Davey likes Little Willie references, too. well, Willie, get a gift card. Al, where did you put it? That's not where I put it. Why'd you hit that button, Jackson? What if I just yell at you all day in Ron Jacober's voice?
Carlos Spicy Wiener was at the Dotem wearing his bacon shirt on Friday, and he said that hole was like 150 yards. Why was Jackson hitting a 7-iron? That's from Carlos Spicy.
That's bait. Don't fall for it. I just bait right there. That's what I hit. It's not about hitting it far. It's about hitting it close,
Absolutely.
You morons.
Yeah. Oh! If you can take a little more club and swing a little slower, more in control, you're probably better off.
Would I like to hit my irons further? Yes. But there are a lot of people out there who are a lot worse than me making a lot of comments.
Sounds like you want to go heads up with Carlos Spicy Wiener.
No shot at Low Sween. I'm a Low Sween lemming.
I think he's HOF someday.
The bacon shirt, its aura is undeniable, but I'm just saying, a lot of people taking shots.
Morons is the perfect word because it's not really that hurtful. It's kind of playful.
Yeah, I've been using Nimrods a lot recently.
And you get called a moron, and you can kind of laugh it off. It doesn't really.
It's interesting that you say that because I call my sons the Moron Brothers.
There you go.
Oh, you do.
And my 3-year-old, and we're just not necessarily able to have a conversation quite yet. He now calls everybody a moron, and I believe he's brought that to preschool.
Oh, no.
And so now we're actually having a conversation about the words that we can use. And I got to be real honest with you here. When I'm at home, I'm really pro profanity. But for the purpose of the parenting, now I've got to take a stand on the word moron, which I really don't feel too badly about. I don't really feel too badly about many words, but I've got to legislate this with the 3-year-old because I guess he has apparently been using it very freely, Doug, the word moron, when he brings it to preschool.
And feelings are getting hurt among the other toddlers?
I don't know. All I know is I was told, hey, we got to cut back on his use of the word moron. So I'm glad we're having a discussion about it because it's been problematic at the household in Carport Village.
You're concerned that he might pick up on a different type of word, a little nastier word, and bring that to preschool as well?
Well, sometimes he will hear me use one of the George Carlin words, and then he repeats it, and I honestly find it funny, and my belief is if I react to it, then it makes it more titillating, so when he says it, whereas my 7-year-old starts laughing, I just Phil Ivey the whole thing and don't react. But the moron thing, that's a live one. Yeah, that's a real live one.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. McKernan, hi. This is Mrs. Swanson up at the school. your son just told Tommy he got cucked, and we really don't think that's appropriate here, considering it's kindergarten.
All I do is talk sports for 4 hours. I like this Cardinal bullpen and the moves that Marmol's making.
Well, my husband said he's heard your show, and he says it's a little, I don't know, is it bawdy at times?
Raucous?
Ribald.
Yeah. You're on that carousel of morning sports radio, I've heard.
Wow, 150-yard 7-iron. I was a big Jackson fan before, but I just lost a little respect. That's from the old 618.
Why is anyone concerned about what club you hit in any situation?
It's because they're overcompensating. And like I said, I'll say it again. It's not about how far you hit it. It's about how close you hit it and making putts. So if you can hit your 7-iron 180, bully for you. But if it goes left, right, and anywhere but center, it doesn't matter.
Bully.
Take that.
Right. Yeah.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Never on.
I watched people for 2 straight days hit on that par 3 on the 12th hole there, about 115 yards away, using all kinds of different clubs. And the guys, you could tell, were really good golfers, hit the ball a mile high. In general, they got no closer to the pin than the old men who were hitting, just kind of slapping them up there with whatever club that they used.
Yeah, and by the way, on Doug's hole on Thursday, I threw an absolute dart, 2 foot for birdie uphill, nailed it. So
How about this guy?
So nice.
What'd you hit?
I don't have to answer that.
No, you don't have to.
Sounds like a little off. Sounds like a 9-iron.
I took a little off of whatever club I had.
Sounds like a 9-iron to me.
Better to take a little off,
right,
than try to really.
Gary Player
hammer.
used to always say, "Keep it low. Whenever you can keep it low, hit it low. Fewer variables."
Good call, Doug, and Gary Player.
You're like a 12 handicap. Your shorter distance isn't helping. That's from the Loomster.
You're telling me, my shorter distance isn't helping. I'm navigating around that. Just trying to grind out some scores.
I'm just telling you, it's an open club.
I know what it is. That doesn't mean
I tend to it.
Well, because it's not that easy. If it was that easy, we'd all be Monday.
Just like that.
We'd all be Monday qualifying.
Look, if you're on YouTube, you're getting a free. It's like Butch Harmon's on YouTube this morning. Right
all
here.
right.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I'm using my hand on you.
I have 15 years of muscle memory I'm trying to recode over here. It's hard.
Have you ever thought about working out at all?
Yeah. It's not going to help me close my club face.
No, but it might hit it a little farther.
Why does anybody care about Jackson's golf game?
Mr. Siders really gets after him about it, and then they met in the Fan Page Club Championship, and he was vanquished by Siders.
He beat me.
That didn't help the cause, Martin. All right, John Scores now says Larry Nichols is an employee in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Of who?
I don't know. He's an employee.
Of anyone?
He might be employed. I know he's employed.
Is he employed? Okay.
But I don't know if we share employers.
So we'll find out if Larry Nickel will call in. We do know Matt Holliday is calling in on the Steve Hill dossier. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Auto. Plex Cardinals back in action tonight, taking on the Kansas City Royals. Andre Puente on the mound for the Redbirds tonight in St. Louis. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Auto. Plex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA, Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Go on and check it out, Doug. There's plenty of friends who've gathered in there. Okay. It's youtube.com/TMA STL. And the hot dentist, Dr. Brandon Pryor, is in there talking it over. And he says, I love to hear it. I just brought my associate on full time. He is taller and better looking and hits golf ball way further than me. Oh, so everybody at 100 West Dental is beautiful.
Did they have a sign Friday that just said, sorry, closed at the Dotem? It just told everybody we're away for the day.
Everybody's at the Dotem. We welcome into the studios here on 101 ESPN, a program that is presented by Brown and Crouppen, from Brown and Crouppen, Ed Herman and his son, Brody. Welcome in to the day. And Ed is wearing a shirt with Brody's face on it, for those of you watching on YouTube.
The camera is got it there. Well, you know, as people know, for a long time, whenever Brody would come in studio, he used to always have a shirt that had my face on it. Yes. He was always promoting our podcast, Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches, the podcast. Check it out. And remind me to tell you something about that in a second. But anyway, so we had these shirts made up for Brody's graduation/birthday. We called it Bro Day.
Bro
and
Day.
I said, you know what? I'm gonna wear the shirt the next time I'm in studio to pay you back. You know, you always wear my face. I'm gonna wear your face.
Fair is fair.
That's how we roll in the Herman household. We support each other.
All about reciprocation.
You know, a little bit of love, a little, spread it around. You know, unashamed. Why would we be?
No, you wouldn't.
This is a program that prides itself on not breaking news or really having any form of connections or journalistic integrity.
Excellent. That's why I'm here.
What a foundation.
But what was a stunning development during the commercial break, Doug and I let you know that you, as a big Yankee fan, also a Cardinal fan, but a native of New York, a big Yankee fan, that your closer, former Cardinal Luke Weaver, is out for 4 to 6 weeks. And in that time, Martin, Doug and I agreed to a trade with Ed Herman, and the trade will send Ryan Helsley and Nolan Arenado to the Yankees for some prospects to tend to your third base and closer needs.
Yeah, I think the Yankees would probably give up a guy like Spencer Jones, who's their top outfield prospect.
Let me get to the bottom of this Spencer Jones.
Yeah, he's got he's a good makeup on this guy, pretty highly ranked prospect. And, Arenado, I'd like to see him get that average up a little bit. But, strike while the iron's hot. This seems to be the right window to get something done. That said, I don't know. How would you feel about that? I mean, Cardinals are in pretty good shape, 7 up. If the year ended right now, they'd be tied with the Giants for the last wild card spot.
I personally would love it. It would be big time off-brand for the organization to do it. But perhaps they are starting to pivot to going off-brand. I think it is the right move. My guess is my compadre here, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, would disagree with me.
I think Cardinal fans would hate it right now.
I agree with that part, too. I think more Cardinal fans would dislike it than like it. I would love it.
If you could wait another week until we see what the Cardinals do here against the Royals and the Dodgers, it could be a week from now they're 8 or 9 games out of first place, and then I say, yeah, it's probably time to do it. But if they're still 3 or 4 out after these games, probably not.
What's your appetite, Yankee guy Ed, what's your appetite for Arenado at this point and at that price?
Well, I'll tell you, the appetite is not huge in that the Yankees have done pretty well without him. LeMahieu is back. He had a 4-hit game the other day. Chisholm's going to be coming off the DL soon, or the IL they call it now. So I don't know that they'd be hot for it, but with losing Weaver and with Devin Williams not really being that sharp, getting the closer could be very attractive. And if you have to take on Arenado, you're at least going to get good defense, and you're going to get some pop. And who knows? He's back with his buddy, Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt's been terrific with the Yankees. He's, batting about .333, some homers. He's been batting out of the leadoff spot. He's got stolen bases. I mean, he's kind of had a resurgence. So I guess, they would maybe hope that they'd catch a little lightning in the bottle. They've done great with former Cardinals. When Matt Carpenter went to the Yankees a couple of years ago, it was only for about 2 months before he got injured. But, man, he made such an impression. It was the most exciting stretch.
How about Luke Voigt?
And that was another one. Yes. Oh,
he led the majors in home runs in the COVID year.
That's right. And, so there have been some former Cardinals that
Did
have
Lance
done pretty well.
Lynn go through there?
Lance Lynn and Lance Berkman.
And Lance Berkman. Did Holliday was a Yankee?
They both,
was, man. Holliday was a Yankee.
Oh, my God.
915.
I did not. It seems like that's like a right of. Yeah, exactly. We take them at the tail end.
On this program, Ed, and maybe that's why you guys are the presenting sponsor at Brown and Crouppen, I don't know. But the audience, as opposed to going to look up the stats, goes and looks up the picture of the man, and they find him very attractive, Doug. So,
Who's Spencer Jones?
Spencer Jones.
Well, that bodes well, too. Attractive ball players perform better.
Oh, they do not.
They absolutely do. It's the confidence.
Yogi Berra was a heck of a player.
He was a great player, but he's the exception that proves the rule.
Okay.
No, they do.
They like it. He's 6'7", and they think he is gorgeous, Doug, and therefore they want the trade
Why do you
done.
think so many quarterbacks tend to be these good-looking guys? You need a certain amount of bravado and confidence that you need to have been instilled with from the time you were a baby to get on there and be that kind of field general and do what you got to do. If you've been mocked and bullied and insulted your whole life, you can't have a quarterback with low self-esteem. You got to have, you need these big guys that go out there that,
Defensive lineman he's talking about.
I'm just, you could stick someone else there, but no, I do think that there's something to that. I wish it wasn't the case.
You have to be handsome to play quarterback, but now I'm starting to think about it. They all seem to be decent-looking fellows that are quarterback.
Well, they are young athletes, too, which doesn't hurt their odds,
Yeah.
But, no, I think it plays into
The audience wants us to remind everybody of Harrison Bader as well, a former Cardinal.
Very attractive man.
Well, there was that, and then also he had success with the Yankees. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were just because he was an attractive man.
He's hot, and he got hot.
He did, and he did really pretty well until he got hurt.
Playoff series.
Yeah, and now he's back.
3 or 4.
Right, what, the Twins? Do they have him now?
He's on the Twins, yeah.
So that's your team up in Minnesota.
Yes, he's on the Twins.
They've been playing okay.
A lot of former Cardinals in recent years have wound up in New York.
I know. Are there any former Yankees that have wound up with the Cardinals?
Tino Martinez.
Yes.
Big signing.
You got to go back to Roger Maris, Enos Slaughter, some of the classics.
Jason Shreve came here at the deadline and seemed to be shocked that he got traded and very disappointed that he went from New York to the Cardinals.
That's also Tino Martinez's reaction when he signed here. He was
that's true. He's like, where am I? What? But that didn't work out too well.
No, it didn't.
He was kind of
seems
past
to
his
go better for you guys than it does for us guys.
Eric in the Central West End, Doug is sending in pictures of Spencer Jones and says, OMG,
my
Papa,
God.
Give me that Spencer Jones.
Okay.
Looks like the deal's done.
Well, he hasn't exactly torn it up in the minor leagues.
Doesn't matter,
240 at Double A.
No, but look at...
He's hitting 240 at Double A.
Yeah, but Ed's pointing out how good looking he is.
What's the league average right now in the majors? Look how the power's been developing.
He's hit 17 home runs 2 years ago. Last year.
Last year. He already has 9 this year.
He's already 24.
He had 16 the year before.
Doug, is Ed swindling us?
Let me tell you,
he's swindled
Look
here?
him up on the list of the Hot 100. He's
I can
major
tell you
league
that
ready.
ESPN just did an update of their prospect rankings literally yesterday morning, and Spencer Jones is the second-ranked prospect in the Yankee organization. They have a shortstop, George Lombard.
Who they just put ahead of Jones, because if it had been yesterday, it would have been flipped the other way.
And Jackson, you'll be excited to hear that they have a catcher who is ranked 4th, and you think the Cardinals need 6 catchers on the roster?
At least.
6 catchers on the roster. So get Jones so Eric can be happy, and another catcher so Jackson can be happy. Everybody wins.
Get that Pozo taking ground balls over at third, just in case they move Arenado out, then Pozo could play third.
Yeah. Meanwhile, not to change topics so dramatically, but I think it's important to mention, 2 weeks ago when we were on, I was ranting about chicken thighs. I don't know if any of you paid attention about how they've been shoved down our throat against our will.
And then talked a little Cornish hen.
Yeah, and it didn't feel like it was landing at all, so we changed topics. But in the last 2 weeks, I cannot tell you the number of people that have come up to me and have said, you're 100% right about those goddamn chicken thighs.
Oh, I don't know if you can say that. I don't know if you can say that.
I don't know if you
can't say GD.
These are these rules that we've learned about. Yeah, you can say damn, but then if you incorporate a deity, then you got a problem.
Oh, my God. What kind of world are we living in? What happened to separation of church and state? The FCC said shut their mouth.
Luckily, we've got legal counsel handy.
Yeah, exactly.
Right here in the room.
Yeah, for the love of Pete.
Look
at us.
defend yourself? And I guess you could.
Of course I could.
Yeah.
And let me say this. What are we, just a bunch of sheep? Oh. Listening to the man about the words that can come out of our mouth and not out of our mouth? That's the world we want to live in?
So it's chicken thighs that got you to swear. That's what it was.
It was, actually. Listen, we all have things that we're passionate about.
Chicken thighs are
I don't
yours.
judge yours. I would hope you wouldn't judge mine.
And your theory, for those who missed it, you think they're forcing those upon us.
Because they're cheap.
But they're acting like it's a delicacy.
They're acting like it's a delicacy. They took a cheap food that nobody wanted, like years ago when they did it with chicken wings. But now chicken wings are delicious for what they are. This is the fancy restaurants, the nice restaurants that are shoving chicken thighs down your throat. Just saying.
That's interesting. You're hopping mad about this.
I want a breast.
To swear.
I want a breast. It's not a swear.
Oh, I know.
What that is moralistic BS. That's not, they are labeling it that. I'm not labeling it that. You know,
that's the old George Carlin 7 dirty words.
Yeah,
it kind of became FCC guidelines.
It did, except that word wasn't on there.
Do you remember them off the top of your head? I don't know if you should go down there.
Say them out loud.
I'll go in the YouTube chat and see if I can make sure.
But yeah, no. Now that man was a genius.
One of my all-time favorites, for sure.
The best.
Got a chance to see him in Columbia. Have you seen him? Did you get a chance to see him?
I did.
Before?
I saw him in Rochester, New York when I was in college. It was a treat. But if there was one comedian that I could bring back to live in these times, his commentary would just be priceless.
And there's the list. There's the list that you were fun. What you said is not on the list.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been vindicated by George Carlin. That's it. Hey, you know. Anybody out there with me on this? Let's see.
Aaron in St. Chuck says thigh has the best flavor.
Oh, my. And Don Pepe, you are welcome to my chicken thighs. You love them, you can have them.
Yeah. There's a lot of support for chicken thighs in that YouTube chat, Ed. You see it.
I see it.
I definitely see it, yeah.
This is fantastic. Listen. And I love that. What is that guy at Boston Market?
Boston Market.
That's fantastic. I know that because that's right there. See, that is big chicken shoving thigh meat down your throat. That's the definition of big chicken.
Big pharma, big oil, big chicken.
That's big chicken. They're behind this.
The Boston Market ad bot.
I'm telling you. But you know what? Anybody out there, thank you. Somebody out there wants to screw them thighs. All I can say is that, see, I'm getting some love there too. You know what? Maybe I'm bringing people.
The Onion says F chicken thighs.
I'm bringing people together. For trades.
Somebody else wanted to thank you for Willie McGee because we gave you Bob Sykes back.
Oh, that's true. We did give you Willie McGee.
Yeah,
all right, so there's one that worked out pretty well for the Cardinals.
Fight Cardinals. Beat Yankees.
Man, we got to look that up afterward. I bet you there's a whole host of names that we're forgetting.
Sharon in Clayton is our most well-heeled listener. She also is a polarizing figure on this program, Ed, and she says, completely agree about the chicken thighs. They're tough and gross, and they're everywhere.
Thank you, Sharon. And you know what? Let me tell you, Sharon knows because I was listening to the program earlier today, and I heard that she felt the need to defend herself in her ability to listen to the show 4 hours a day and text in. Sharon, you don't have to defend yourself. If they're hearing you, they're on there too. And why don't they have to defend themselves?
Wow. That's why you're a counselor.
Yeah. I mean, you're living your life. You listen to whatever you want. Life is short. We could all die tomorrow. If you want to spend your last day listening to these guys, more power to you.
Yeah, that was a big endorsement right there.
No, but in all seriousness, why should anybody feel like they have to defend? They're not hurting anybody. Sharon's not hurting anybody.
No. We're happy to have her. And all our listeners.
She likes to start her morning with 4 men.
A lot of beefcake in here.
There's an awful lot of beefcake.
A lot of hot dogs.
Not to overlook you.
The chairman's
There's technically a 5th back here.
The chairman's back there.
And let's not sell ourselves short.
Brody's
right now, Sharon, there are like 6 of us, 7 of us in the room, and I'm hoping that you're in your glory. I'm hoping this is making
Brody
your
just
morning.
noted that Sonny Gray once pitched for the Yankees, so there we go.
And you know what? He's pitching a lot better for the Cardinals than he did for the Yankees.
Nice
so
start,
you
this
guys
past
have got a few good ones.
Ed Herman and Brody
Tony
from
Pena.
Brown and Crouppen.
Did he spend a little time with both teams?
I believe that's correct.
There's another one.
Lindy McDaniel, way back when.
Oh, my. Well, you're the only one that was alive for Lindy in the room here.
brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Ed, you've brought people together both on the Yankees and Cardinals trades and the chicken thigh topic.
Yes, and let me say this. If people really do want to pick a lawyer based solely on an advertisement, that's their right also. I mean, seriously.
You don't like that disclaimer.
Look, honestly, what
you're
right...
doing a disclaimer that's lasted decades.
Because what right do any of us have to tell another person what they have to base their choice on. I mean, seriously.
I gather that that's a line that was put in when lawyers started advertising.
No, it wasn't. I could actually make a note. Make a note. Next time I'm on,
Martin's making them.
I will tell you the actual story of that stupid disclaimer and the battle that was waged between Terry Crouppen and a guy named Mark Levison, and it got ugly. It was like
Terry was unhappy that he had to include the disclaimer.
Oh, no. It's way bigger than that. But I'm going to save it because it's a whole episode.
Wow.
But let me tell you.
I got to tell you, I'm intrigued.
It was one of the great
Just one
stories.
question on it because I don't want you. Mark Levison, was he another attorney?
He's a lawyer in St. Louis. And a guy that I know well. I've known for a very long time. Very anti-advertising. But I will share that story the next time. And let me tell you. It's like WrestleMania level stuff. It got ugly.
Oh,
real ugly.
Intrigued. That's good teasing.
Is there any way we could play the video of Terry Crouppen and Mark Levison on the
possibly? I don't know. I may have to post it on like the fan page for people to see some of this stuff. After we tell that story, I'll save it.
And what about this? The choice of a radio show is an important decision and should not be based on advertising.
It shouldn't be based on advertising. What it should be based on is whether there's a really good title sponsor.
There you go.
That's what it is. If there's a really good title sponsor,
How about
people
this,
should listen.
Sharon? Clayton says, I'm choosing my lawyer just based on his support of me. Thank you, Mr. Herman. So there you go. Another one over.
And I didn't do it for that reason, but the fact that it had that effect makes me happy. Have a great morning, everybody.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Brody. There's Ed Herman and Brody with us here on TMA, the presenting sponsor of the Morning After now for a couple of years here on 101 ESPN. And you can text in, as many are choosing to do, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. And, of course, you can call in 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Think about it.
Oh.
Well, now what do you think?
Okay, well, I'm thinking long and hard about chicken thighs right at the moment.
Well, I don't know that. I didn't know it was a thing.
Yeah, it really has activated people. Who knew? Not I. All right.
It never bothered me much. I was always okay with the thigh.
Matt Holliday is going to be joining us coming up on the program. We'll get his perspective.
Former Yankee.
And the former Yankee will talk it over with us. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Wow, papers just switched it up. Come and talk to me, Jodeci, obviously. The only question is what year.
I don't know the years, Tim.
And the answer is it's not 1990 or 1993. So you can go with 92 or 91 and you're going to win.
91.
Okay.
Remember this at the...
I don't remember it, no.
SLU sophomore dance?
I wasn't there because I was in my 30s at the time, and it would have been kind of weird if I just showed up at the sophomore dance.
Zinzelmeyer would have told you to leave.
Walking the stag line.
Stag. It's TMA 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on the program. And Matt the Bat Holliday joining us coming up at 9:15. Martin, you're proud of our industry, not as much as Doug is, but it's nice when in the industry in which you join because you couldn't actually play the sports, you get on the air and then start attacking people's character and their toughness. And that's what's taking place in New York. Jackson, what do we have here?
This is Greg Giannotti, WFAN, giving his take on Karl Anthony Towns, Knicks center, after their defeat to the Pacers.
The biggest issue that the Knicks have going forward to get to the next level is the fact that they waited and waited and waited to go all in on a couple of guys, and the biggest one being Karl Anthony Towns. And they went and they traded for him, and he's making $50 million a year, and at the core, he's a loser.
Oh.
That is their biggest problem. The guy is a loser. He's a losing player. He complains. He is soft. He shows you flashes where he's the best player on the court. Not enough. He doesn't play enough defense. He bitches and moans. He is, up until this point in his career, a loser who is making $50 million, who is going to be a logjam as far as them trying to get to the next level.
His shot selection on Saturday night was insane.
I mean, he is getting to the point now as one of the most frustrating players I have ever watched in the uniform of a team that I root for because I know how good he can be. And it's just so damn annoying watching him not realize his full potential. And I don't know if it'll ever happen. I really don't know. But that is their biggest issue, is the fact that they thought this Towns thing was going to work better than it did, and it hasn't.
Buckets. He just averaged 24 points and 13 rebounds a game.
That's correct. Some would argue that they wouldn't have even been in that situation without him. But, of course, it's just easier to call somebody a loser.
I guess.
I think he's Boomer Esiason's sidekick, I think.
It's tough to keep the WFAN.
Boomer and Geo is the name of the show.
Yeah, right.
Huh. Greg Giannotti.
So he's the second best player on that team, right? Behind Jalen Brunson. Yeah. But they're blaming him for their playoff defeat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, probably not there without him. One of the best centers in all of basketball.
Okay.
Did you call in to give your take?
No.
He's a loser.
It's just, it seems elementary.
Did he do something weird in the playoffs that's got people upset with him?
There's some shot selection issues. I kind of get what he's saying, but there's so many better ways going about it. Like not calling him a loser.
Disappointed in his performance.
The stuff you said at the end where he's like, it's frustrating because I know how good he can be. Yeah, that's a very fair point. But to call someone a loser and I cannot stand when people in media who'd never played call athletes soft. I think it's that, like, to me is like such a like I might still respect like your opinion on stuff, but I'll always remember that.
I do think largely that take there is kind of why players hate the media.
Right.
Because some jackass can just sit there and tell you, you're a loser.
Right.
You're soft.
I do it with such confidence and bravado.
Sitting in front of a mic.
I always thought, like, you don't question injuries with players and you don't comment on anything that isn't on the court, on the field, on the playing surface, you know?
Can I ask a question? Martin, you're probably taking him. Doug is not.
Probably not.
I've got my pen and paper ready, yes.
Would you say that in 2025, an accurate description of the way managers, coaches, and front office types would be toward the media is dislike, whereas those actually playing the game don't care or are unaware? That is my master's thesis on the relationship
that
between
management,
organizations.
coaches, etc., are genuinely frustrated or kind of hostile
they
at times.
They can get upset,
whereas players are indifferent.
It's kind of a whatever.
Unless it's at an extreme, like the LeBron, Stephen A., like at a huge national level.
And the reason there was because of the family element.
But I mean, he clearly had an awareness. LeBron, Stephen A. I guess if you're a big figure like Stephen A., you may hear from players. Largely, Cardinal players have no idea who we are, other than that week at spring training when we were a delight, and probably are not monitoring closely the comments being made. Yeah, so I would think players are largely unaware.
Yeah.
And then your thoughts on front office coaches?
No, I think
managers?
that's fairly accurate, that they're just kind of frustrated with. But a lot of it is this, what we just listened to, is that the take syndrome that we've all been pushed into, like, got to have some clicks, got to say something crazy. And because of that, I think that they're just frustrated with the whole industry, that it is a gotcha game. Why, if you're a player and I say, hey, come on my podcast, and they're like, well, what are you looking for me to say? Is there a gotcha? I mean, everybody knows, every player knows that we were going around in the locker room early in the season, and I was asking some of the veteran guys about the crowd, are you hoping they come back? Because it was noticeably absent. When I got to Jordan Walker, I didn't ask him. I'm like, he's a young guy. What's he going to say?
Yeah.
As soon as he says, yeah, man, where all the fans at? This is disappointing. I thought we had the best fans in baseball. Boom. He would look like a jerk to a lot of the fans. So there is a lot of that goes on where people are looking to get you. So I think the players largely don't want to deal with the media because I think they're fearful that's going to happen.
Do you think maybe this all started when Jeff Avelin did that small market expose where he got somebody and at the end said, bang, gotcha.
Yeah. I do think that it does go back to Avelin.
It all goes back to Albany, Georgia.
I think so.
That's when the industry turned.
Mm-hmm. Bang, gotcha.
Awesome. We're spending so much time on a league where St. Louis doesn't even have a team, yet City isn't even mentioned on a Monday after a victory. That's from Big Tuft.
Stop it, Tuft. Stop it.
We talked soccer. We talked about the people getting scanned by TSA.
I would think the players would be much better off not paying attention to any of the media. I'm sure some can't help it, but tune in every now and then. I mean, they drive cars and turn on radios like everybody else, but they'd be much better off not to listen to any of it.
Vermeil always said he didn't read the paper, and I believed him because he really never knew he was just so focused on what they were doing. And then the skipper would always say he didn't read the paper, but then he would always say, yeah, I read where Bernie said, I heard.
What about when he would say that he was listening to our show only because Joe Patini had borrowed his car and he had switched it onto the station, so when he got in the car,
he heard the show?
The show was on.
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
Now, and if we want to go through coaches and whether or not I think they listened or did not read, take your pick of it. Gary Pinkel, I do not believe, for the most part, listened or read. Eli Drinkwitz, without question, listens and reads.
And I think it has to do with age. If you're a little younger, and then it's more of a current thing than it was 20, 30 years ago.
It's certainly understandable why so many players don't like or trust the media, but at the same time, there sure are an awful lot of them who go into the media as soon as their careers are over.
But I don't think you need to go on any show. Critique, performance, but character is all. Just calling a guy a loser. And Karl Anthony Towns is probably on a yacht right now in the Caribbean,
which is why he doesn't care.
And some guys in a studio into a microphone saying you're a loser. But it probably resonates. People listening like, you tell him, Gio, you got him good. Yeah, way to go, Gio.
Some of that's New York, though. They just got much more of a hard-edged attitude than most of the rest of the country.
But they're also a big fan. That's what they always would say about the New York media, is they're also really like in Philly, they're just kind of caustic.
Yeah.
But in New York, they really can get excited. If the Giants are good, the Knicks are good, they're probably a little bitter that they lost because they're just so upset because they can be big old fans.
Someone was saying that a lot of the media people cheer in the Yankees press box, is it? Somebody gets a hit?
I was in there when the Rams were playing the Giants at Old Giant Stadium, and they were cheering uproariously during the game, and I couldn't believe it. And Bob Wallace, who we had in studio, Martin, a few months ago, was working for the Rams at the time, and when the Rams scored a touchdown, he started clapping in response to the New York media, who was clapping. Of all the places where that would go on, you would not think it would be New York, but sure enough, it was a Giants team.
I think Strauss and I talked about how the New York media tended to be, at their core, fanboys. You know, and a lot of them are from New York, so they love the Knicks or the Giants or the Yankees growing up. But to each his own. I would just say, I mean, even if you want to critique Arenado, he's 1,000%, 4,000% better athlete than anybody listening to this show. And you can critique, oh, that was disappointing. He didn't get the hit last night. But if you wanted to go after his overall baseball ability, it would be laughable. Just laughable. And I'm sure, I mean, Holliday would be good on this topic.
Yeah, I know, and I want to ask him.
Because I think he kind of laid low as a player. He didn't do a lot of media. And I think he probably was like, hey, I'm not going to say anything. What's the upside?
Right, exactly right. Yeah. You want to be kind, and so you kind of go down the road of the Bull Durham teaching session in the back of the bus, telling them how to answer questions. You answer the questions, but you don't say anything. No.
And that was soup
cut and dried. It's nobody's concern but ours. Nobody's. Next.
Injuries from the game.
Talk to the trainer. Next.
Mike, why are you in such a bad mood?
What do you care?
That's a good response to any question.
You said you'd be in a bad mood, too.
What do you care? That is perfect.
Or none of your business.
And I think Mozeliak has gotten burned by being too available, and people are like, oh, I'm sick of this guy. I think he's tried to be a spokesperson, really for the front office, but also in a way at times for ownership. And I hear people say, oh, I'm so sick of him.
If the team is struggling, you just can't win. There's nothing you can do to please people.
That's correct.
What do you care? Next.
None of your business.
Next.
Mr. Licks is the Carl Anthony Towns of TMA. That's from Steven Time. Jackson, can you break down that analogy?
He's saying Licks is the Carl Anthony Towns of TMA.
That he's soft?
There's a lot of accusations of the way Carl Anthony Towns talks sometimes.
What do you mean accusations?
Not accusations, that's the wrong word.
Assessments?
Yeah, people like to make fun of him for the way he talks sometimes.
In what way?
Well, sometimes he speaks in kind of an effeminate tone, and then other times he speaks with a really deep voice, like after a win or on the court, he'll speak in a very deep voice, but then like his normal speaking voice.
I like the way we went about it. We rebound, we scored.
And then
hey, you guys just lost. I didn't like the way we rebounded.
Yeah, it's a little more offensive, so he gets made fun of for that.
That's bizarre. Is it a thing? Do you believe it's a thing?
It's a massive thing.
Is he whispering because he's disappointed in the loss?
No.
He changes his voice based on the win?
Well, I think he's aware of the way he kind of naturally speaks is a touch effeminate, so he tries to deepen his voice.
Okay, but he does it after a win. I would do the opposite. I would just be myself after the win. Hey, what's up,
I don't know
guys?
if it's like as binary as like after a win I talk this way and not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it'd be funnier if he did it that way.
I don't disagree.
What's up, gang? Kick their butt tonight.
Design Air is where you can air your grievances with the program. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team that will come over, take care of the problem, and that's it. No upselling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Design Air is the longest running sponsor on TMA, going back more than a decade now. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth is fourth generation ownership of Design Air Heating and Cooling. And Doug, you say it's the home of the cute?
No, home of the handsome repairman.
Home of the handsome repairman. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Larry Nickel is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
Good.
And John Scores says Larry is an employee. And Jackson is surprised to hear that. Jackson, you want to check with Larry and see what his status is here at Hubbard?
Sure. What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys, how you guys doing?
Oh, we're fine, Larry.
We have not talked any hockey this hour. Is that okay?
Yeah, I would like to say something. This is somewhat wrestling related about the Knicks and Pacers.
Okay. Wow. Got a hot take? Let me put on the mittens here.
Talk my language, Larry.
Okay. The announcers on Wall had a bet that if the Pacers won, Michael Cole had to wear a tank top the whole show. But at the next one, Pat McAfee had to wear a suit and tie. Since the Pacers won in 6 games, Michael Cole had to do the whole presentation in a Pacers jersey.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Work, bitch.
And that would be embarrassing for him?
No.
No.
He embraced it.
Okay. All right.
Why would you prepare for a show?
You love the Charlie AI, Martin.
It's like he's always here. I keep telling Chuck to come by, and I'm like, you really don't need to.
Yeah, I don't want to.
So, Larry, what happened last night on the presentation?
Okay, now let's talk about the actual presentation last night.
Okay.
They had the final 2 triple threat qualifying matches for the men's and women's Money in the Bank ladder match.
All right.
And Doug, if I had explained this to you before, the Money in the Bank ladder match, the briefcase hanging above the ring, and you need to grab a ladder and grab the briefcase. But first, you need to make sure your opponents are to the point where they can't stop you from climbing the ladder.
Sure. Mm-hmm. But they do anyway. They wake up right before the guy gets to the very top, and just as he's reaching for the suitcase, the other guy climbs a ladder or knocks the ladder over, and then we start all over again. Is that how it works?
Yes.
Thought so.
What do you care?
Anyway, for the women's qualifying match, it was Liv Morgan, Stephanie McKernan, and Liv Morgan.
So she was in it twice.
And, of course, Liv Morgan.
Are you getting coached from the background? I feel like somebody in the background. Is that Chairman Steve with a megaphone behind you?
No, I'm watching an episode of Storage Wars.
Well, don't mind us.
But anyway, Stephanie McKernan won the last triple threat match. Anyway, Stephanie McKernan won the last triple threat match to qualify for the Money in the Bank. And then for the men's qualifying match, it was AJ. I'm still talking here.
Okay, we're listening. We are listening.
Okay, in the men's qualifying match, it was AJ Styles versus CM Punk versus El Grande Americano, otherwise known as Chad Gable. And Chad Gable, or I should say El Grande Americano, won the match. So he's headed to Money in the Bank.
Okay.
That's good.
All right. So anything else happened on the presentation that we should know about, something of importance?
Yes, there was a tag team match between Braun Breaker and Big Bronson Reed versus Sami Zayn and the currently defending World Heavyweight Champion, Jey Uso. And due to outside interference, Jey Uso and Sami Zayn won the match by disqualification.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Yeah. So you're able to watch this stuff week after week after week for years on end?
Yeah, like somebody else I know.
Yeah. Well, I know it's a popular show. I've never heard of any of these people now you're mentioning. I guess I haven't watched maybe when you don't watch for like 3 decades or so, Dick the Bruiser's not on there anymore. What?
You do have Netflix, right, Doug?
I do, yes.
It wouldn't hurt you to watch Raw one week and see.
Probably would hurt me. I'd lose a lot of brain cells, and I don't have that many left.
You got a lot of brain cells, Doug.
Well, not that many.
I'm a Yankees fan. I'm a diehard Yankees fan. I just, tonight was a rough night.
You know what? I'm done.
Yeah.
Who the heck was that?
I don't know.
Good question. Fair question.
Yeah, somebody on Storage Wars. Larry, do you have the top 5 nations available at your disposal?
Yes, I do.
Doug, here's the ranking of countries. Okay. Some people think it's by GDP. I think it's just a little more arbitrary.
Okay.
Larry, go ahead.
Let's hear them.
Number 5, Ireland.
Ireland,
yeah,
okay.
That's the right one. A little higher, probably.
Number 4, Denmark.
Denmark. Okay.
Number 3, Greece, which, by the way, that's the word.
Huh? Greece is the word.
Oh, he did a bit there. I'm sorry.
Sketches.
Okay. Aha.
Number 2, Canada. Number 1, United States of America.
Yes. I find myself writing these down.
I noticed that.
Okay, it's a nice list, Larry.
Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There he
Good night,
is.
Nixie.
Well, I'll tell you what, they are not happy with John Scores. John Scores owes me the last 3 minutes of my life back. That's from Shooter McGavin. The Storage Wars reference, though, got a lot of support.
Mm-hmm. That's what he's watching.
Can I be suspended for like 20 minutes?
All I said was, oh. And then he said, hey, I'm talking here.
Listen, he needs the floor. He needs a wide berth.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Matt Holliday joining the program coming up at 9:15 on the Stiefel dossier. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Attention all City SC fans. St. Louis City SC and Schnooks are teaming up again this summer to kick hunger in our city. Going to kick it to the curb. We need you. Visit your local Schnooks to donate non-perishable food items Saturday, June 7th through June 14th. A full week of collecting non-perishable food items. Kicking hunger to the curb this week. This food drive is going to benefit Operation Food Search, helping provide food for those in need in St. Louis. Cereal, peanut butter, canned meats, canned veggies, soup, stews, pasta, beans. Get all of that at Schnooks and then place it, please, in the collection bins right there at the store. Help feed our community. And then join us Wednesday, June 11th from 6 to 7 at the Butler Hill Schnooks in South County to donate food and meet a few of the city players. They'll be hanging out there. So that's next Wednesday, June 11th, as we continue this week-long food drive. It begins this Saturday. June 7th, it'll go for a full week. So if you're shopping at Schnooks, if you can, load up some non-perishable food items and donate them on the way out. City SC teaming up with Schnooks, trying to help out the folks at Operation Food Search. The city players will be taking pictures, signing autographs to those who donate. So join the mission. Help City SC and Schnooks kick hunger in our city. Find out more at stlcitysc.com. Schnooks, proud grocery partner of St. Louis City SC.
But this is Aaliyah, and she, passed away in 2001 or 2002. Plane crash, right?
I think so. I thought it was 01.
Well, I'd help you, but I don't know the years, Tim.
She died in 01.
August.
22 years old. God, it's brutal.
You know that SZA and
SZA?
K-Dot are going to be at the Dome tomorrow night?
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Did you know that? You going?
I did. I am not.
Why not?
Why not?
Well, you seem excited about it.
No tickets, and
is it sold out?
I don't know on that, actually.
A lot of I don't know.
Concerts at the Dome, too. Rap shows at the Dome. Not for me. Rap concerts are better in a more intimate setting.
What's the best concert you've been to?
The best rap concert?
Aye.
Future was really good.
Where'd you see Future?
Amphitheater, which is certainly not a small venue, but he was really good. Probably him. Mac Miller was awesome. That was at Chaffetz. Certainly also.
Does K-Dot play small venues at this point?
No.
That's what I'm saying.
No. Stadiums is new for him, I think. Arena's always been his thing, but I think this is probably his first
I've
stadium
never been
tour.
to a Dome concert. They've had the Stones there, U2.
Guns N' Roses. Supposed to be there.
It's just like when you have 60,000 seats, it's just
Beyonce.
like, I can't imagine you feel like you're really in the concert. If you're sitting up in the top level there, I don't know.
Okay.
My buddy won tickets to the K-Dot and SZA concert at the TMA Christmas party. So he's going.
Oh, Private Citizen Pete.
The Ken Dog.
The Ken Dog.
The Ken Dog. So I think he's going.
How did he win them?
It was the drawing, and you picked an ornament from the tree. Santa Doug was there to help you, and he picked out Kendrick, which is really funny because he's big Team Drake and their beef. And it was I thought it was funny that he won the K-Dot tickets.
The Ken Dog.
What kind of beef is there now?
Now? Well, there was a pretty massive one over the...
and what was that about?
Nice show prep, ass.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff. A lot of allegations. It was the two probably biggest, the top dogs, which is funny because Kendrick is Top Dog Entertainment, going at it. You know, it was pretty good to see. Interesting to see.
Are they co-headlining or is SZA opens for?
I think SZA's opening, but they'll do Luther together. It's a huge jam.
Tim, they'll do Luther together.
Yeah.
Doug, they do all the stars, and then Kanye and Rihanna did all the lights.
I
Does that ever confuse you when you're...
No, I'm not confused by any of it. Confused by why there'd be a genre of music where all the leading performers want to shoot each other, always
what
mad
a
at each
take.
other.
Jackson, you want to engage?
No, I do not.
But it's happened, hasn't it?
I don't know if we've seen individuals. I don't feel like answering any of that.
Many of them have been.
They've been shot,
victims,
not by
yes.
each other. A lot of people get shot.
A lot of people get shot. Think about it.
I don't know of any other genre of music where a lot of people are getting shot.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Because there isn't one.
Kurt Cobain was shot.
Oh, boy.
By who?
Himself.
I don't know that that's been definitively proven.
Okay.
You went to see Mike Miller that used to do the KMOX Garden Hotline? That must have been a great show. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Mac.
Okay.
May he rest in peace.
I went to Metallica at the Dome. It was the best show I've ever been to. That's from the 618. They had 2-night show, Metallica did.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, instruments are best for a show.
Take right there.
But like rap shows are often as a DJ and then the performer. And it's not bad. It's just there's also the vocal track underneath. It's just not great. I love rap music, but I don't necessarily love seeing it in concert for that reason.
Okay.
But I'd go see K-Dot and SZA.
Okay.
Sure.
It's a co-headline sitch. They are alternating song sets and doing several together. That's from the
Is
Concord
that right?
Cock.
Interesting. That's cool.
He's obviously a bigger name.
Yeah.
She's exploded, but born in St. Louis,
That's right.
raised in New Jersey.
Correct. But claim St. Louis.
Kind of like Kevin Nealon.
Yeah, I don't know if Nealon claims St. Louis as much as
Well, when
SZA.
he's been on the show twice. He always talks about he gets associated with St. Louis, even though I think he only spent like 6 weeks of his life here. I think he was born at St. Louis University Hospital.
I think Akon also born in St. Louis, right? And then quickly moved out.
Doug, was Akon born in St. Louis?
I don't know where Akon was born.
Oh, Akon. God, some bangers there, man.
It's a beautiful day.
I'm coming back with some Akon later.
Was he born in, isn't there a St. Louis, Africa as well?
I think Akon was born here. And
That's
then
correct.
Moved to Africa, right? Yeah.
Go to the concert, Jack. Have some fun and get a contact high in the nosebleed seats. That's from the Jefferson Barracks Gigolo.
I'm not anti-going to the concert. You probably won't.
You're looking at over $2 to sit up top.
Is that real?
Mm-hmm.
$2?
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Nor am I asking for tickets.
You want to make that clear that
just
this is
fine
not
going. Just fine. Now, I love.
But what if your lady friend said, "I'd love to go see K-Dot and SZA"?
That would not. That's. She wouldn't say that.
She would not say that.
Well, she wouldn't.
What if you told her you had tickets?
Long, hard day of work. I don't think she'd want to go to a concert. I get it. I'm the same way. It's a late night. I didn't go to the Post Malone show for that very reason. It's really late night when you wake up.
They're playing Soldier Field on Friday.
Yeah, big stadium tour.
Late to the party here, but Jackson's Happy Gilmore 2 take reeks of performative Gen Z cynicism, trying to vainly cultivate distinction in an attempt to be authentic when really you're just trashing a universally loved movie series. Kick rocks. That's from Mr. Lick.
Gosh, how did that
All right,
feel?
Here we go.
Here we go.
It's not a movie series if this is the second movie coming out 30 plus years later. How can that be a movie series or 30 years later? Therefore, not a series. I love the first Happy Gilmore. Love it with a capital L. And I just think, based on the trailer, this is going to be cameo porn and like harping on nostalgia when it's probably not the best use of Adam Sandler's time.
Was there anything wrong with cameos?
No. There's nothing wrong with any of this. Do what you want. And I'll watch it and I'll probably enjoy a lot of it. But I just don't think it's like a great thing that we have to like blow the dust off these movies from 30 years ago and be like, let's throw a 2 behind it and pray people watch it.
Blow the dust off. Throw a 2 behind it.
Wow.
That's
so you are angry.
But I don't think it's like I need to write a think piece about it.
Think piece.
Jackson's think piece on Happy Gilmore 2. Are you open to it being a good picture?
Sure, absolutely.
But you're going in thinking it's not going to be.
No, yes, that's correct. I do not think it will be. I don't see how it could be. Some things are like finality is okay. I think oftentimes TV shows run into an issue where they have to keep going because
I do feel like that goes on.
To make money.
1 or 2 really good seasons, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, we didn't really have a plan for this."
Right, and then it gets away from them. Like finality is okay; it doesn't always have to be brought back. This movie, Sinners, is an outstanding movie that came out this year by Ryan Coogler, starring Michael B. Jordan. And people are like, "When's Sinners 2 coming?" It's a great movie, and that's just it. There's a finale. It's good. That's it. There can be just one good thing. It doesn't have to be turned into a franchise every single time.
Didn't he love The Irishman? Odd take. That's from the Beer Rower.
The Irishman is amazing.
But what's that got to do with Happy Gilmore 2?
No idea. On the slide. I guess some could say that like you're blowing the dust off of like Goodfellas, but it's not Goodfellas at all.
Stop saying blowing the dust off.
And Scorsese couldn't find an Irishman to play the role. I had to go back to De
Martin was
Niro.
offended.
De Niro also played the Irishman in Irishman and Goodfellas.
Jimmy Conway.
Yeah.
Couldn't get made because of it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do?
Jimmy the Gent.
Jimmy the Gent?
Yeah, that was the real guy's name.
I kind of like
Jimmy
that.
the Gent. I think his last name was Burke.
Guys, it really sucks when I agree with Jackie Boy's takes. That's when Pale's
Why does that
Make-A-Wish
suck?
radio gig ends this Friday.
His name's a little concerning. Okay, I'll take a W where I can get it.
Got it. Makes sense. So a movie with funny people in it isn't going to be funny because there's too many funny people. Too many fun jokes, I guess. Okay, I got it. That's from Mr. Licks.
Not every comedy is great. You know, you can have a great collection of funny people and it doesn't necessarily work. Mm-hmm. Happens all the time.
It's probably harder to do a series of comedy movies rather than serious subject matter.
Like dramas or agreed.
The Godfather, and I don't know if Star Wars is a comedy. Probably not.
No, it's not. I mean, there's comedic elements. There's comedic elements to everything. Godfather has funny
James Bond and Indiana Jones.
Right.
It's easier to do that than to continue to be funny with the same subject matter.
Vacation did a really good job of being a funny franchise.
Uh-huh.
European?
European's great.
Is it?
Oh, I think European's great. There's some problems with the Russ.
You didn't like a different Russ in there.
He was like 6'5".
Well, kids do grow up.
Yeah, but it was weird.
God forbid a sequel acknowledges its fan base or attempts to have joy. That's from Mr. Licks.
You can cheap pop this to death, Licks. Like, oh, God forbid, yeah, they try to be nice. Like, whatever. It's fine. Again, I'm not mad at it. I just don't think it's going to be a great movie. If I had to guess.
And you think they're just blowing the dust off of it?
Yeah.
With cameo porn.
Well, I think it's a major issue.
It sounds like you're very much against cameos.
It's a major issue in entertainment. They're getting lapped by television, and the only thing that they know can make money is stuff that already has a built-in audience. See Gladiator 2, Twister, I mean, all this stuff.
You know what, Jackson? Why don't you make a movie if it's so easy? That's from Cucky the Dwarf.
Never
from
said
the
it was
Michelob
easy.
Ultra YouTube
Never said it
chat.
was easy. I'm short about $200 million, so it's going to be a problem.
And you can cheap pop this to death.
I think Jackson is hinting that cameos are often used as a Band-Aid to cover up lazy and bad writing. That's from the Boston Market ad bot.
That's accurate. I think Entourage ran into that issue.
Well, it doesn't have to be lazy writing. It could just be bad writing. Just because you wrote something that's not very good doesn't mean you're lazy about it.
No.
It just means you didn't think of anything better.
Yeah, sure.
My favorite part of this show is when Jackson has an absolutely terrible take and then gets all defensive and cries about it. That's from the 66.
You've never been in tears, really, on this show.
No, whatever floats your boat.
That's a defeated man over there.
But that's the thing is they're like, oh, that's an absolutely terrible take, but they have no retort because they lack. Oh man, I'm gonna stop myself.
Yeah, don't cry.
Ooh, I wonder what the direct object was going to be. Because they lack what, Doug? Let's play a game show. Because they lack what?
Brains?
We're going to go full Ed Herman and just drop some words you can't say.
No.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Martin, your Design Air client.
Love Design Air, longest running TMA sponsor, but on top of that, a company you can count on for years and years and years. That means you get the work done. They stand behind it. They've been doing this for over 100 years, fourth generation family-owned business. The weather in St. Louis, man, it is volatile. It just changes all the time. That means you have an HVAC unit that gets tested year-round with the heat, the cool. If it's not working right, if you just keep hitting the number on there and it doesn't match the way you're setting it, something might need a little tuning up. Get the folks at Design Air to come out and do a tune-up. They have the handsome repairman. Doug is famous for noting that. On top of that, you're going to get a service without a sale. They're not trying to sell you something you don't need. There's no upselling. They work with their team to make sure that doesn't take place. It's stressful enough when the HVAC's not working. Get the folks who will come in and fix it right the first time. That's Design Air. Get them online at designairservice.com. Set up that appointment today. Maybe get that air conditioner tuned up for the summertime, which you know it's going to be running nonstop. designairservice.com.
There it is. Sponsor of the email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Matt Holliday is coming up on the Stiefel Dossier 9:15. Little Judy Suckins says, Dawson's Creek is on one today. Nobody disrespect the movie business on his watch. That's from Little Judy Suckins.
Okay.
I was asked the question, I answered.
Sure you were. Yeah.
Star Wars episodes 1 through 3 were asked. Should have stuck with the original trilogy. Lucas Greed ruined it. That's from Sharon and Clayton. That's the thought process on The Hangover.
Yeah. Boy, Todd Phillips is a genius for that. He took a ton of back end because the studio wasn't too confident in it. He made so much money off that first Hangover.
Is that right?
So much money.
Well, how much money did he make?
That number's never going to be like public
Just so
information,
much.
but you knew, like, you can do math based on the box office. He took a lot. Same. Jack Nicholson did something similar for Batman. They say he made like $70 or $80 million off that because he had a ton of back end on not just the movie, but like the merchandise.
So why don't we get in the movie business? It makes so much money.
You want to do one today?
We'll start with like a Blair Witch Project where we just take our cell phones out there and start waving them around.
20 grand or something.
Put some
What are you looking
spooky
for?
music behind it.
Back end. That's all we want is the back end.
That's right.
Okay. Well, I say we do it.
We'll knock out a movie this afternoon. All right, Matt Holliday's going to join us coming up in the next segment. That's the Stiefel Dossier. Mark Hanna is the sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. This is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Tomorrow evening, the Stanley Cup Finals get underway with the Oilers and Panthers. Game 1, pregame right here on 101 ESPN, starting at 6:30. Puck drop at 7 p.m. again, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Every day's a holiday. Shouts out to Matt. That's October in St. Louis, and you wouldn't understand unless you're from the city that made me to a man. 11 rings and counting. I'ma need another hand, but a dozen sounds better. So let's get this one for Stan. Rest in peace, Stan.
Yeah, can't even put the end on the word.
Is this from a concert at the Dome?
I don't think so.
Yeah. The audio
packed house.
Straight from the Dome.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. And Doug, look who's on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. It's friend of the show, Matt Holliday.
Oh, great.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Yep.
What an introduction.
Oh. Did you get a chance to enjoy that song at all?
I did. I think that's the first time I've heard that, believe it or not.
Very nice.
Pretty good, huh?
Got you. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. You know, with AI nowadays, I'm not sure that was AI, but with AI nowadays, you just type things in and they make a song. So it's readily available. I'm sure Jackson could probably make all of you guys a song that would be like a hype introduction situation.
Yeah,
bad idea.
Matter of fact, Matt, we had a listener actually do something very similar to that I'll pull up for a later segment. It's like a little game show introduction for all of us. Pretty funny.
Right? Have we ever heard it?
No, I've been keeping it under wraps.
Wow.
Oh, deep tease.
Okay.
You never know what I have.
Because we're so busy, we haven't had a chance to get to it.
I keep a lot of arrows in my quiver.
Hey, Matt, we've been discussing your M hat and trying to figure out what that's all. M dot. What's going on with that? What's that representing?
It's a company, Mark Wahlberg Municipal. It's like a clothing brand.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna look this up.
Yeah.
Make a lot of golf stuff.
Yeah. So it's Mark Wahlberg's company, and I ordered the hat, and it fit my head good, which I have quite a large head. So when you find a hat that fits well, I ordered a few different colors. So I have a few of those hats. But yeah, I get that asked a lot. You know, Mark Wahlberg should send me a few free.
Yeah, you're doing some good marketing for him. We were asking about
We thought maybe you were now known as M dot.
Yeah, that's what I'm going by. I think about it. It probably is something I should consider.
Got a lot of street cred with that name.
Like that K dot.
Yeah.
Kendrick,
It gives me a little bit more edge.
So at Camden, we noticed the weather was delightful, and you were sitting in an entire section by yourself. Well, I think with Ethan, with you. Did you consider maybe better seats?
Yeah, part of, I like the grind of it. You would think in late May you wouldn't need a parka, and I was wrong. So I paid the price and I said, hey, Jackson, could you give me some sort of raincoat or sweatshirt and allow me to, just be a little more comfortable while it's raining at 55 in late May. So it wasn't ideal, but we got through it. So it was, and all due respect, some of these older ballparks, the suites are really high, and they're not great viewing. So we just decided to grind it out down there where we could see well, as opposed to sort of retreating to a suite situation.
Your son's having a pretty good year with the Orioles, but as a team, they're really struggling. And they were pretty sure they were expected to be a serious contender this year. What's happened to them?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a lot of things. They've had some injuries. Their pitching is they've gotten behind games quite often, and they've played catch up a lot, which is tough in the big leagues. So trying to play catch up down 2 or 3 is hard, and they did that a lot early. They've played better lately. They got getting some guys back healthy. I think Colton Cowser starts back up tonight. Jordan Westberg will come off the deal, I think, pretty soon. Tyler O'Neill is recovering from a shoulder injury, should be back soon. So they've had some injuries. They've had some guys kind of not quite perform to their usual level. So they've dug themselves quite a hole. I think the roster is still talented, and with all the wild card situations, they could probably, I think they could maybe dig themselves out and make things interesting again. But they've certainly put themselves behind the 8 ball.
Matt Holliday, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. There's a column on MLB.com about Jackson's surge and your observation that you saw with his swing and in particular his setup when he was at the plate. So I realize that there's probably not a whole lot of respect for members of this program, but talk to us, if you would, inside baseball on what you saw that was a potentially minor thing, but that might have led to his surge.
Yeah, I mean, I think having obviously been around him, his whole life, I watched very closely. And then last year he made a little adjustment. He eliminated his leg kick and went to more of like a kind of a toe tap load. And then he, in the off season, he did a lot of work with that because making that kind of transition, it takes a lot of practice. It's not something you can just kind of do overnight, but he had kind of moved his hands during spring training a little bit to a little bit more of a flat bat. And I was noticing that he was kind of coming around the ball in very generic terms, kind of coming around the ball instead of kind of moving to where he could cover a few more pitches down and away, out, over. And they throw a lot of those. If you can't hit those are the easiest pitches for the pitchers to execute. And so just talking to him about just like his bat angle and then, being able to cover the more pitches, be a little bit more taller. Just little things that when you watch so many swings and you watch, obviously watch every night, whether I'm there or on TV, very closely, and just felt like his hands had kind of gotten into a position that was causing him to come around the ball a little bit more.
When you obviously played the game at a high level, you're his dad as well. Is there ever a barrier you have to cross? Like, hey, I want to give my son some tip. You know how it is with it. I think we got into this with Edmonds about he wanted to provide coaching tips or have the guys come to his house and hit. It feels like that's going on in baseball for years, but how do you walk that line where there is a coach in place?
Yeah, I'm friendly with their hitting coaches. I know all three of them pretty well. I think that was important. Cody Ashe is I think their main hitting coach. Played for the Phillies, played against him. They do a good job in the off season. Cody came out a couple years ago when he was, I think he was the roving hitting coach in the minor leagues. So we had built a relationship for a while, and then they have a couple other guys that I know well too. So I'm in contact with them just because we're friendly, and they're very like, hey, if you see something with Jackson, make sure you reach out. And so we like to talk hitting. When we were there in Baltimore, Ethan and I went down, and Ethan hit in the cage with Jackson early one day, and we just hung out in the cage and talked hitting and talked all kinds of baseball stuff. And so I think that there's obviously I have a high amount of respect for what they're doing, and they're around him every day, and they're going, helping him go through his routine. So it's something that I'm cognizant of, to make sure that I'm in contact with them and telling them what I'm telling him. So that's something that I know is important.
For all the dads out there trying to get their kids to hit better in Little League Baseball, is there a general approach you would tell them to have a kid 10, 12 years old or something to get them hitting a little better? Is there a certain mindset a kid should have?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think hitting the ball back through the middle of the field. I think concentrating on hitting line drives in the middle of the field, and then kind of, I think particularly at younger ages, telling them where to hit it. And then, letting their body gather in a way to hit it where you're telling them to hit it, as opposed to teaching too much mechanics at a younger age. And then once they get a little bit older and start to understand mechanics a little better, I think you can, if you don't know mechanics, hire somebody that can coach their mechanics a little bit. But I think telling them where to hit it has always been something that I felt like was a good strategy with younger kids. And then, I think a positive I always tell people, an aggressive, positive thought when you're in the batter's box, so that you're not thinking about the wrong things, and whatever positive, aggressive thought that works for each guy might be slightly different, but that's something to keep your head in the right place when you're in the box.
That's good counsel right there. A lot of people are enjoying that perspective from somebody who certainly would know and is watching his sons play. Matt Holliday, our guest here on 101 ESPN. Something we were discussing in the 8 o'clock hour. We played sound from a host in New York who was very critical of Karl Anthony Towns and called him soft and a loser. And that led to my theory, and I'm curious where you are on this, both, Matt, from when you were playing and what you think now being around guys, whether it be with the Cardinal organization or with the Orioles organization, that players at this point, for the most part, probably don't read the stuff or listen to shows, podcasts, whatever. And oftentimes either management coaches, managers, front office types might pay attention and get irritated. Would you say that is a fair characterization of organizations' relationships with the media?
So you're saying that players don't know and organizations do? Is that what you're saying?
That's essentially, to simplify it, yes.
I think players nowadays know more than they ever have. I mean,
really?
I just think that,
social media?
Yeah, social media. I just think guys are on social media more than they ever have been. They grew up in it more than maybe, even my era or you guys, or obviously, you older guys for sure.
Wow.
So
hurtful. Wow.
Yeah, take that.
Senior shaming.
But that does imply that I got to play.
Doug, when did you get electricity at your house? Do you remember?
Well, we don't have it yet. Oh, someday we'll get there.
No, I think the players know about it. Probably more than ever, just like I said, because of social media. I think, honestly, I don't know about you guys, but I think everybody's on their phones so much and scrolling social media, and they kill their free time with scrolling, whether it's X or Instagram or, whatever it is, that people know more now about what's being said about them than they ever have. And I don't know that that's a good thing, but I certainly think that's the case. So some guys, channel it and try to use it as motivation, and some guys, it probably gets in their head a little bit. And I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's healthy that everybody gets to have an opinion and everybody knows what everybody thinks. And you can find what you're looking for, whether it's good or bad, with where we're at in social media.
See, I would think the money kind of, you go, okay, whatever, who cares? That's kind of what I would think if you're a player, because they're going to be able to determine it objectively on the field. So if somebody's making something up about them, or it's like some, clown like me saying something that doesn't really carry water. Whereas if you're an organization and a manager or front office and somebody's reporting something that isn't accurate, I would think that would tilt you, as opposed to somebody using a burner account on social media to troll you as a player when you're sitting on however much money. That's where I was coming from with the theory.
I think so. I think to some degree. Now, if you're talking about just some random fan who's using a burner account, I don't think players run across that too much. But if you have some notable, credible, whatever they're called in New York that you're talking about, that has a platform to make those kind of things, whereas a radio show in St. Louis is talking about it, I'm sure that kind of person, that I don't know about Karl Anthony Towns specifically, but athletes will, I think, run across that kind of thing if you're spending time on social media, whether it's your algorithm or repost or family members or somebody, or it is, like I said, unfortunately, I think more than probably should be, they end up reading that stuff. And you'd like to think that Karl Anthony Towns would say, that doesn't bother me one bit. I'm making $30 million a year and whatever. But I've found that being around a lot of athletes, that kind of stuff does bother them, whether they're making $1,000 or $40 million. I think we as people want to be liked. We want to be appreciated. We want to be, we want to do well for our fans, and we want people to appreciate what we do. And when they don't, I think it can get to guys.
What was your New York experience? You had a year there with the Yankees. I mean, I think if anything, it just seemed like there's just a massive amount of media.
Yeah, obviously, mine probably wasn't. Being there 1 year, it was. I got a taste of it a little bit, but I had a good first half, and then I got really sick and ended up having kind of a weird time. The last half of my year there was strange, but yeah, I mean, I think that as long as you're honest and you play hard, I think for the most part it's not anything too bad. I mean, like you said, there's instead of 6 or 10 guys asking you questions, there's 15 or 20, and there's just probably more people on the daily beat, and then you run into more national guys. But I didn't like I said, I don't want to speak to somebody who spent a ton of time playing in New York, but my time there, I wasn't overwhelmed with the amount of media and coverage.
And I felt in St. Louis, you kind of laid low, right? Did you not want to be interviewed much, or did you feel like there's nothing to gain? What was your approach here?
Well, I just think that, like, if you, I think there's nowadays, like, there's so many outlets, like, it's almost like you guys, not you guys particularly, but the media in general has to, like, they just have to put content out all the time. And sometimes there's just nothing else to say, and there's just nothing to cover, and there's just no story. But if you're sitting at your locker and there's media members hanging out, and it's like, well, I mean, I've got to put something out there. I'm sitting here, he's sitting there. Maybe I'll just ask some questions, or just try to create a story. And so I think when you're in the middle of it and you have a lot on your mind, you're trying to to be the best player you can be, and you have your routine, and you're trying to and doing a mindless interview that doesn't seemingly have much relevance. I didn't love that. I had my routine. I wanted to do my work, and then if I felt like there was something for whether after the game you stand up and talk about your performance or what the team was doing, or and then that was kind of how I looked at it. I think as you get older, you certainly understand, how to navigate that a little better. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't think I handled it perfectly. I wouldn't say that, but I do think that as athletes, when you're in the middle of it and the stress of performance, I think, sometimes you get annoyed with things that you feel like bring you out of your routine.
I've had players say to me, what's the topic? Like, especially in pregame, like post-game, you kind of know the topic. Sure. Hey, you guys won, you lost, you had a homer, you struck out, whatever. It's sort of obvious what the topic is. In the pregame, everybody's just kind of hanging out. Some guys are playing ping pong and like, hey, you got a second? And when players say, what's the topic? If you can't answer that, then that's a problem. I think that's fair. I remember I'd say to Matt, he's like, what's the topic? I'm like, worst pitchers in baseball? Sure, sounds like a great topic. Let's name them. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of awkward, I think, for the media to be in the locker room before the game. They don't allow that in any other sport, and yet we're always there. You guys are getting ready. Are the players unhappy that the media is now allowed to mill about their locker before a game?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that MLB, like you said, that could be curtailed. I mean, what it does is and I think is not a great thing is that guys just kind of avoid the clubhouse. They find their way to the training room to hang out, or they're hanging out in the food room, or down in the weight room, or down in the cage. And so what ends up happening is everybody kind of avoids the locker room because you don't want to. First of all, you don't really want to have a conversation that the media might be interested in with your teammates, and then secondly, you don't want to get the interview that some guy has to put out some sort of Cardinal content that maybe doesn't really interest you, or it's kind of a weird topic, or whatever. So I think guys just kind of avoid the clubhouse. So I think they could, like you said, I think it after the game is plenty of access to the clubhouse and makes more sense.
I think you try not to burn people. Like if you're there and all you guys were in that world, I mean, if you just hopefully carve out a little bit of mutual respect. So we were at the Albert Pujols charity event, and Arenado's there, and we're just trying to get a little bit of reaction. I said, real quick, one question about how much he was a fan of Pujols, and then the other was about how the team had been playing. And it was probably 50 seconds. And it's exactly what I needed. And he's, oh, thanks, man. I think he was surprised.
She didn't go back to the well?
Yeah, that I didn't say, hey, can you sit down for our Sunday night show? And it's
Gotta
like,
keep your word.
I'm at a charity event. I just want to get in and get out. And it literally was 45 to 50 seconds, which is exactly what we needed. And I got the sense from him, he was kind of surprised, like, oh, really? That's it? Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's important. Like you said, like I think guys that you know are like, and then like describing what you're going to ask, like those are relevant. Those are good questions. Like I can, those are good questions. But that's just, I think that's what players, like you're looking for is like, hey, what is it about? And and then kind of get in and get out of it, and then like you said, not burn your opportunity.
I always felt bad for the young guy who comes up and maybe has not done an interview ever at any point, playing high school ball and then minor league baseball, and now he's got 6 cameras and 8 writers around him asking him his life story, asking questions he never even thought about before. It's got to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they do some media training and spring training and try to. I think they used to have a rookie development program. I don't know that they're still doing that. I think they are, but they give them some training and just kind of talk to them about, hey, how do you handle this and what to expect. So I think they do try to get out in front of that a little bit. But it is, once you're in the middle of it, as a young player and you get sort of asked those questions. I think, though, as young guys, you're kind of excited, that people are actually talking to you about, what you're doing. So, that's one of those things where those are probably like the most real and honest interviews you'll ever get, is because, they're not guarded just yet. And so, that's probably some of the most raw stuff you'll get.
That's when I like to stick a mic in their face. Just called up from Memphis. Hey, you think they should fire Ollie?
Yeah,
like
that's
just
what
like
we do.
first question.
the right
What do you think Mo needs to go? Second question.
Yeah.
Right. By the way, a lot of people pointed out Cody Ash is from St. Charles, Missouri.
St. Chuck.
Went to Zumwalt West, local guy that you referenced. With the Orioles. Also want to mention Matt's going to be with us weekly, and got a great sponsor. It's going to support.
Congratulations,
Cardinal
Matt.
Glenn. Yeah, this is big for Matt.
No, for sure. I just maybe an offer I couldn't refuse, and here I am.
It works.
You finally make some money.
All of it, though, when Matt appears, it's to the good of Cardinal Glennon. You still see Matt on the billboard here in St. Louis, driving up and down Highway 40.
Staying power, my bad.
No, but it's kind of cool. How proud of that legacy are you that it continues on?
Oh, it's great. I mean, sick and injured kids trying to make really bad situations better. I mean, it's been really, really life-giving and been a really gift to our family to be part of Hummers for Health and something that's still going on and has done amazing things for the hospital and for kids and families. So it's something that we're very proud of as a family. So happy to continue to try to keep that program moving and like I said, Cardinals kids and making families' situations better in hard times is something that's I think everybody can get behind.
Tim, here's my media question. My follow. I do want to know, do the players find it annoying when a media member tries to kind of buddy up like, hey, what'd you think of the Masters? Or, hey, how's your Golden Tee going?
Or calls them by their nickname.
Yeah. Did the media, when the media tries to buddy up, is that the worst?
We can see right through that. You know what I mean?
Jackson, do you have the Lance Lynn?
What do you want?
This is kind of this was some counsel that your former teammate Lance Lynn shared.
He's a beauty.
Yeah, take a listen. You'll enjoy it, man.
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
I think Lance described it as people sitting actually in the chairs.
Yeah. I think he watched closely. Like if a media member even looked at the TV in that direction, it enraged him. I never saw like a media person sit down on the couch. Like I think he's referenced a guy like getting so comfy that they sat on the couch and watched the Masters or some sort of golf situation.
Oh God, I would love to know who did that.
But I don't remember such, but I could have easily not been around or whatever. And I I mean, I would have loved to have seen his reaction to that sort of thing, especially later in his career.
You think the cat settled in?
Yeah.
You think the cat settled into the couch and enjoyed Sunday at Augusta? Hey,
if it was the cat, then it was addressed, and it probably was not kind.
Yeah, if it was the cat, I would imagine you would remember based on your dynamic. Real quickly, I doubt you saw this, but the Athletic is doing this thing, and I think we might have talked a little bit about it, of the first 25 years of this century, and they ranked the best baseball games, the 25 best baseball games of this century. I put Doug to the test. He loves a good guessing game.
I do.
Yeah.
Does anything stand out to you as being the best? Any games?
Well, I mean, Game 6 has got to be. Got to be on there, right?
Yeah, you would think it's number one. It was number 3. It kind of irritated me. Yeah, I just don't know how something could be better. So that was number 3.
I mean, the game 163 that I played in with the Rockies. I mean, that has to be
2007.
Yeah,
that was a classic as well. Number 1 was the Yankees and Diamondbacks 2001. Luis Gonzalez.
Okay.
Yeah, I without even saying it, I think I know what you're saying.
Old NL West guy.
Yeah. And then, yeah, exactly.
Golly, I mean, 2000. I mean that Game 6. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess the walk off of game, of a World Series game, but shoot, I mean, Game 6 is dang near close. So
that was perfection. And then number 2 was the Cubs and the Indians in 2016 Game 7.
No,
come on. Good for you. Yeah, I mean, let's just be direct at this point.
As a
it's
game,
exactly right.
Without the context.
Because if it were like the Reds beating the Indians or somebody like that, it was all about the fact that it was the Cubs and their World Series win. As far as a game goes, I just don't know how you can supersede what you guys experienced in 2011.
Yeah, I disagree with that list, but
Dougie's on the same page.
Well, yeah, as a game, the Holliday Carpenter game. I mean, just as a game, that's classic.
Oh, yeah, that one was listed as well. Yeah, Game 5 Phillies. That was
that was crazy.
That was top 10.
That was amazing game to be part of.
Yeah, that 2011 Phillies team, I always felt like was one of the best teams you guys ever beat. That team was, when you looked at that rotation with Holliday, Lee, Hamels, and Oswalt. I think was the
when we went into that series, I mean, that was a daunting task. We had, there was a lot of really, really good players in that series. When you look at both those rosters, as far as like Hall of Famers, borderline Hall of Famers, like when you look back at those two rosters, some pretty star-studded lineups and pitching in that series.
Jimmy Rollins, Ryan Howard. I remember in the dugout in Philly, it was the day before, it was like a workout, and I said something to Lance Berkman about the Philly. I alluded to how good they were, and he's like, "Gee, sounds like we shouldn't even play the series." Yet again,
that's what he said. Yeah,
shining moment by the media. Yet again,
Lance was a beauty. He is a beauty. I mean, he's still a beauty, but he used to say when we would. He'd say, "Well, the game is about to ruin another good day of playing cards and drinking coffee, but boys, we're going to have to go out and put our family's pride on the line. Just going to embarrass your family if you have a good game, boys. So or bad game."
Wow,
like Herb Brooks from 1980 Miracle on Ice.
Yeah, he's funny guy.
What's he doing now? He was down in Texas still. Is he coaching?
Yeah,
College?
he's coaching at Rice. Yeah, he's
Rice.
I still talk to him, quite often. But he's coaching at Rice, his alma mater, and just doing that. He's still hilarious. He does a lot of hunting stuff, so he's
all those Astros guys were great. They would come through to Biggio, Bagwell, Berkman, Billy Wagner. You could talk to any of those guys. Clemens was great. I missed the old Cards Astros rivalry. You missed out on that, Matt. But there's no question here. It was just we had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I caught the tail end a little bit with just, they were about to transition, I think, to the American League. But those are some good teams, really, really good players.
Matt Holliday going to be with us every week, brought to you by Cardinal Glennon and the wonderful work that they do there for local and children throughout the country. One of the best facilities you are going to find in medicine for young people. Matt Holliday, kind enough to join us here on TMA. Matt, always appreciate the time, man. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for having me. I'll talk to you guys next week.
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds exciting. Yeah, really excited.
For Matt Holliday here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines on 101 ESPN. Yeah, Doug, you're right. I mean, we don't want to disclose the financials, but it is nice that he's finally going to start to make some money from this game.
I would think so.
Looking to work in retirement.
Terribly underpaid as a player, and in this business, you just make so much money that it's nice to spread it around a little bit.
I like to see a little window into their world. It was kind of nice with the media part of it. And he disagreed with your premise that I kind of agreed with you that the current player would be like, who cares? Right. But maybe you can't avoid it because we are on our phones with social media.
Yeah. But see, I also disagree with the premise that if it's because the only guys that are going to be sending them messages are the trolls. You know what I mean? I think that part, if it does get to you, and I don't think it gets too many of them, it's led to a number of athletes either acknowledging some mental health issues or, announcing that they're just getting off of social media, period. Max Homa, I mean, this is from the golf world, but that was a guy who was super active on social media. He's been going through it here as of late, and if anything, built a big following because of social media and got away from it. So, yeah, I guess if you're looking at that, I suppose what I'm thinking of is like a podcast or like a columnist. I realize those are kind of, things of the past, relatively speaking. But I would think that you just kind of tune that out and you don't pay attention to it.
I think the ownership management, for sure, more likely to react to it. Whereas the player will just like, oh, that pissed me off, but I'm not going to say anything. Mm-hmm. Whereas management ownership might actually bring it up or make it a thing.
Yeah. Your thoughts are welcome on it. Enjoyed the conversation with Matt. 314-399-9646. It's TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union has a number of great products, and that includes something they launched in 2025, the brand new high-yield checking account. It's called Empowered Checking, and with Empowered Checking, you earn above-market interest on the money that you keep in that day-to-day checking account. That interest is paid each month. Checking account that rewards you for the balances, not the activity. To apply, pretty simple. Go to togethercu.org or stop by any of those 14 local St. Louis branches. Great history in St. Louis. It started as Eagle Credit Union right across from the brewery. It started as a brewery employee credit union. It's grown over the years and now available to you. Again, 14 branches or online. Find out more about Empower Checking at togethercu.org. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. togethercu.org/empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Doug, you wanted Akon?
I put in a special request for this, yes, because I've always been an Acorn fan.
St. Louis's own.
Yeah.
All right, are you happy with this, or do you want more?
Oh, this is fine.
I really enjoy it.
All right, I got MLB attendance and capacity numbers as of June 1st for you, Doug.
Okay.
Did you happen to see this graph yesterday?
Mm-mm.
What organization, through the first 2 months and change, relative to its capacity, has experienced the most growth year over year?
Did you say the most growth? How about Detroit?
No, I'm sorry, but that was a good guess. Detroit is actually in second place. We are, for the record, going to take the A's out of the equation because Sacramento went from 0 to the 10,000 or so they're getting over there.
Okay, who had the most? I believe you said who had the most growth.
Yeah, year over year.
Oh, it's not going to be the obvious because the Yankees and Dodgers always draw big, and so do the Cubs.
Is the music helping, Doug?
How about Toronto? They're having a pretty good, decent year.
They're down 12.2%.
Oh, I feel like that was a bad show.
Nice show prep.
Junior or senior circuit, Tim?
They're the junior circuit. How about the Padres?
No.
They're pretty
Well, these are wild guesses now. Why don't you give me initials?
The nicest place in all of baseball is hurting for attendance.
Well,
the sad thing is I saw this list and I don't remember.
Teams that are better than they were a year ago.
Attendance per game on June 1st, 2024, they were averaging 24,609. In 2025, they are averaging 37,502.
That's a major.
Wow.
Yeah.
This was who? Did you say the name?
I was trying to give you a hint.
Oh, I want the initials.
NYM.
Oh, gosh. The New Yorktown Mudcats?
The Mudcats is correct. The New York Mudcats.
The Mets.
They have gone up 52.3%.
Oh, see, I thought they always drew pretty well.
Year over year. Second, as far as percentage of increase, the Detroit Tigers, Doug's first guess. Also with a double-digit increase. I don't think you boys would guess this one. I think, as a matter of fact, I'm going to give you 3 guesses.
Giants.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, Astros.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Martin, you're down to 1 guess.
I think
you only get 1 guess,
This is
Martin.
like the Jeopardy guy hits the buzzer before the question's asked.
Yeah.
Buzzer. Oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Buzzer. Well, it's got to be a team that's playing well, that doesn't always draw well like Dodgers and Padres. So it's somebody that's on a little bit of an uptick. Did he say Tigers?
Tigers actually was second next to the Mets.
Okay.
I've used up 2 of the 3 guesses. You get the last one.
Just a really high quality mouth horn there.
Don't you think it's pretty good?
It's really good.
Come on.
Seattle.
Seattle's down 2.3%. The answer, the biggest rivalry in all of sports, the Cardinals and the Kansas City Royals are up 16.9%. It's kind of a surprising one.
Yeah.
Royals, I think a little Bobby Witt excitement.
The next question is the biggest percentage drop in baseball.
Cardinals.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, darn it. I'm using up all the guesses again. Oh.
But in fairness, they're playing in a different ballpark, so kind of like the A's. I think we take them out. Tampa, that's correct. They're down 38%. It's also in part because of the capacity situations. That's why you got the Rays and the A's in different spots. But if you take those out, the Cardinals, with a 20.5% drop, is the biggest percentage drop in attendance in all of baseball. Second biggest, the Orioles.
And the Orioles, it makes sense because they're playing terribly.
Mm-hmm.
Cardinals, it's more a sign of the times with the fan base that it was sort of predetermined that they wouldn't go.
Cardinals are also using a really low percentage of average capacity used. In other words, the ballpark holds 44,383, but only 29,444 the average to date. So that's 66%.
Average sold, not average in the park.
Correct.
I think all these numbers are average sold.
Because, the Cardinals had a few games there early on where they said, well, this is the lowest attendance in the history of the stadium.
Right.
I think it'll bounce back.
Well, if it's going to happen, assuming that the weather isn't ridiculous this week, take 2 or 3 from the Royals, a little momentum with the Dodgers coming to town on a beautiful weekend for baseball in St. Louis.
Dodgers will be packed. It's the Dodgers. It's a June weekend. What do we have tonight? We were setting that number around the 29 mark.
29,401, I think, is the over-under that my book said.
No,
That's what you guessed.
Jackie went way high.
Yeah, then I changed mine to whatever you had, Jackson.
31.5.
Yeah, I had 31,501.
I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to go lower.
Oh, wow. You must have been looking at the forecast because the Hawk is expected to kick up to 30 miles an hour. Sweet mother of mercy.
I'm going to say 26-2 tonight.
Boy, what's the...
I think they'd be
blowing out. Tam Avenue Capital Partners might have to allocate some money on the over.
I think they'd be disappointed if they didn't draw better than that.
Yeah, it's Tuesday. Yeah. Okay.
What else we got going on here?
You say that.
What else?
Jackaroo, I've got the dossier in front of me. We didn't even spill out all the Mozeliak talk. He talked about Arenado, talked about his own legacy. How about that? Did we do the David Sampson, the baseball round? Or are you saving that for the 10?
I mean, Jackson and I were talking about David Sampson. Is he kind of a
takey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say.
And he was an executive with the Marlins, and now he's...
And then he was on
takey.
Survivor on CBS with the great Jeff Probst.
People love that show, by the way.
It's 25 years old now.
Yeah,
Is it really?
still going strong.
Wow. You want that Samson line? I don't care.
Oh, I guess so.
Yeah, all right.
What Kansas City has done is the single most irresponsible move I've seen in quite a long time. If he's going to be that good, how do you call him up now where he will hit arbitration a full year earlier than if they had waited till after around June 17th? We waited to call up Miguel Cabrera until after June 17th, and therefore we got an extra year at the minimum. I have no idea how a team that's not in the top 10 of payroll is not paying attention to dates. And the Royals forcing the issue, that's a bunch of horse hockey. You take the extra 2 weeks because it gives you an extra year, and it compounds itself in arbitration. This is a $10 million decision they made. He better be Vladimir Guerrero Sr., and he better start now. But to me, the GM said, oh, we're not going to make a move, until the team is hot. Whatever. I don't know what they were doing here, Matt. I would not have done that. Now, of course, he could get a full year of service time if he finishes top 2 Rookie of the Year, in which case it wouldn't matter, but he's got to finish top 2 in Rookie of the Year. But I guess as Vladimir Sr., he may. But for me, this is irresponsible.
Base hit.
Oh, come on. What are they doing? Oh, they're trying to win. Yeah. They're trying to win. Terrible take.
That's what it's come to in baseball.
Like a guy who ran the Marlins.
Yeah.
But terrible take.
The North Star.
That's where baseball is right now. Is what are you doing calling up your best prospect?
Right.
What a horrible move.
You're starting the clock too soon. Shut up.
And what's up with his voice?
It's a little bit of I spent 4 years in San Francisco.
Kind of. Yeah, that's what I really don't like about baseball sometimes, is that it's considered a stupid move when you bring up the best prospect you've got to play in the major leagues. Something's wrong with the system.
It's surprising in the current climate that wouldn't be a factor. But good on the Royals with their increased attendance. They're flush right now, Tim. They got that bump in attendance. Like, who cares? Bring them up. Caglione tonight.
Yeah, debut, MLB debut.
So if you're the Royals, isn't this the type of player you're going to probably try to sign to a long-term deal right now to lock him in for 7 or 8 years?
Boy, he doesn't even have to take a swing. The big league Doug's already locking him up.
Well, the Cardinals did that with some of their young players to keep him out of free agency for a while.
Padres did that with Tatis Jr. They signed him to a long-term deal early.
Well, a lot of them have done it early, but is it before?
No.
I think
never before they take a swing.
Did the kid in Arizona, is it
Corbin Carroll?
Did they do him before he debuted? Or
really? That'd be
he was early.
Pretty crazy to sign someone
Jackson
to like
Merrill, I think,
long-term
similarly.
deal.
But
Yeah, but after like a year or two in the big.
Well, the Cardinals did with like Wong got locked up and Carpenter early
Doing
on.
it pre-arbitration makes some sense, but
Scotty got
not
one of those
pre-debut.
deals. Correct. Doug's before you even get to the batting cage, Doug's like, sign this.
Well, if he's as good as they think he's going to be.
For sure. So his name, Jack Caglione, his first name is Jeffrey, middle name Allen. So I think Jack is his initials.
Nickname.
Not necessarily like short for something. I believe, that's not confirmed, but his first name's Jeffrey, and then his middle name Allen.
Well, that shouldn't be a factor in signing him.
You don't think?
What name did he sign? It's not valid.
Well, that would be like you going by Dev.
Yes, it would be.
And I'm not saying that wouldn't be a bad thing.
I don't mind
and
that.
Dev was the vocalist on Like a G6. Was that 2009?
Gosh, I'd like to
that was the Far East movement.
That was a Far East movement, but Dev was the lady singing on it.
Got it. Dev Patel.
And that's Doug?
Doug is Dev.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're looking
No,
at
Jack
rebrand.
is not Jeffrey Allen Caglione's first name. Jack is a nickname or abbreviation of his full name, Jeffrey Allen Caglione.
Nice.
Like that. Nicely done, Jackson.
Thank you,
His
yeah.
first name is actually Jeffrey.
Right. So, where you hear the name Jack and you think it might be short for
Jackson.
Maybe. Although I feel like if your name's
Jackie
Jackson,
Papers.
if your name's Jackson, you often go by Jackson. Like I don't know of a lot of people who go by Jack.
So if he was the goalie, you'd be taunting him with Jeffrey. Just kind of call that up.
Although some people named John go by Jack, and I find it confusing.
Jack Buck.
Yeah.
Doug's irritated by the Margaret Peggy phenomenon.
Yeah, I don't get it. I just don't. I don't get it.
Richard and Dick.
Barbara and
I
Babs.
kind of understand that.
You like Babs for Barbara?
Well, that you're just kind of shortening it.
Yeah.
But your name is Margaret, so naturally your nickname is Peggy? What? Huh?
Nothing gets Doug more irritated than the Margaret Peggy.
That's the worst.
What about William and Bill?
Well,
There's some
Will could
I's
be
and
shorted
L's.
to William is shorted to Will, and then Bill. It
How's the
doesn't
B?
make a lot of sense. I don't know where the B comes from.
Doug, per AI, Peggy is a pet name or diminutive of Margaret because of a historical trend of creating nicknames that rhyme or have similar sounds. The name Margaret, through various pronunciations and shortening, evolved into nicknames like Maggie, Meg, and eventually Peggy.
I don't care for that.
So somebody had a strong brogue and were saying Margaret, and that eventually got to Peggy.
I don't like that. Why do you name the child Margaret if you're going to call her Peggy? Name her Peggy. I just don't care for that.
It's an odd one.
Mm-hmm.
It's troubling.
And Robert shouldn't be Bob. It should be Rob.
Same thing, William Bill.
Yes.
What about being attracted to your father-in-law named Bill?
Oh, don't go there.
It's happened. It's happened on Gabe's post-game show. Martin's got onboarding. 10 o'clock hour is upon us. Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. And I owe the TMA email AI $50, so we need a Venmo from the TMA.
I got it.
Oh, you got it. Thank you. Venmo's going out. Martin, I think you've tended to all the business.
Yeah.
Yes, all right. God bless. We'll close out the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, this is the Far East movement.
Boy, I could see why this has been a huge movement. It's beautiful music. Holy smokes.
And the vocalist you're hearing is Dev.
Okay.
And that's you because of Douglas Elvin Vaughn, like Jack Caglianone.
Okay. And you're just dancing over there like this is the greatest music you've ever heard
Jackson's
before?
rolling balls.
Yeah, I got a straw I'm chewing on and feeling pretty good.
Really?
But no, this song, like I told you guys in the break, bar mitzvahs circa 2010 or 11.
Don't you go to a lot of bar mitzvahs in 2010?
This Tayo Cruz's Dynamite, Will I Am's OMG. These just did numbers.
Did numbers.
Just did
No
numbers.
Hands by Waka Flocka Flame still does numbers to this day.
What do you mean he does numbers?
Just like the people,
The
it gets
hell's
the
that
people
supposed
going.
to mean?
Gets the people going.
Why don't you just say gets people up and dancing instead of he does numbers?
The song does numbers.
What kind of numbers?
Big numbers.
Like what numbers?
Sales, streaming, you name it. They got it.
I don't know.
Banger! That's from Big Walt's Missing
yeah.
Teeth.
Boy, it's great. Oh, man.
You're Dev. That's Dev.
I know. Some people like things. Some people don't like other
Tim, would you just be Tim? Yeah, see, like it doesn't work with everybody. You need like a vowel middle name.
Oh, you're talking about my
Right.
TMM, Timothy Michael.
Same with me. I'm JBB. It doesn't really work. Kurt, what's your middle name?
Michael.
Yeah, that doesn't work for you either.
I changed it because of Tim.
Yeah, to get the same. What's wrong with that, Doug?
Turn this S up, Jackie boy.
Yeah. See, the people know. The people know.
Doug, give me a little Peggy tonight. That's from Mr. Siders, who has been critical of Jackson's 7-iron distance. Hey, Jackie, leave your date at home. I just heard the dress code for Kai's wedding is Carhartt work pant, Caterpillar steel-toe boots, and work gloves. That's from the Worson Woods Wacko.
It's a good question. This is my first outdoor wedding, and all I have is a navy suit. Still go with that. You know, it's not a light-colored suit, but it could be warm. You know, I don't know what to do there.
Were you in the wedding this past weekend?
Yeah.
So you had a rented suit for that one?
Yes, correct.
What was your role in the wedding?
Usher.
That's going to lead to some texts.
No, well,
I'm
it should
just
be
telling
noted.
you.
It should be noted that all the groomsmen were family. It was like only family as the groomsmen. So the usher, in my estimation, was the highest honor one could receive.
Did you make a speech as an usher?
No speech.
My mom said you were looking sharp.
Yes, I saw Kurt's mom outside of the venue for the reception right before.
She was nervous to go say hi.
That was like the first. I stepped out of the car.
Jackson's intimidating.
It's true. Yeah, it's a blinding.
She heard
pale
how you
skin.
feel about people from Jeffco, and she didn't know if she should come up.
Well, there is that. Yeah.
No.
Go figure. Kids from Ladue like songs about private jets. That's from the 314.
Yep. Yeah, that's accurate. That song, like I said, did numbers.
And that
Stop saying it did numbers.
irritates Doug. You can watch the program and talk it over in the YouTube chat. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Jackson brings up the same songs once a week. It's Droid Effects. Not happy.
Okay.
KG's Insta post was fire. Chairman, what is your Insta post and why is it fire? Doug, who is this Droid Effects and why is he
Why
chirping?
is he chirping? Yes.
I put out a little statement yesterday regarding the my censorship or in the email of the day competition.
You were censoring people.
It's been alleged that I am.
Oh.
I call it filtering.
Do we have an audio of this?
Jackson, can you play audio from IG on that?
No profanity in
No,
here?
sir.
Because I've not heard this.
Ooh, I think there is profanity. Is there not?
Oh,
at the end?
Doug.
It's bleeped.
Oh, okay.
It's bleeped on your Instagram post?
Yeah.
Wow, what a pro. That's a pro's pro.
Is it
So I
only-
can have my children watch your Instagram post.
Sure.
Nice.
So it's only on Instagram?
Why Jackson's...
You're going to have to give me a
It's on
moment if that's the case.
Instagram and the fan page.
That's it. Doesn't
Brad says Lisa Ann liked it as well. What is so? This is a statement to emailers?
Yeah, because
I just Venmoed the $50 to the winner yesterday, by the way. He has been paid in full.
there was a lot of allegations and hurtful words thrown around yesterday. And
well, that's part of being on the program.
I just had about enough of it, so...
And people don't understand that you have to filter some of the emails?
Apparently
they think
not.
they can just write in anything at all, and we're going to dutifully read it.
There's a real sense of entitlement with some of these jack wagons.
I got the audio.
Okay, here we go, Doug.
Okay, hit the lever pail.
Not gonna lie, this is probably the hardest video that I've ever had to sit down and make. I feel like I can't put it off anymore. This Wednesday, June 4th, is my 1-year anniversary of being a full-time part of TMA. And honestly, it's been a dream come true to work with with Tim and with Doug and with Tim and with Martin and Jackson and Tim on a show that I've been a fan of for almost 20 years. So to get to go in and work with those guys every day, it really has been a blessing. But recently, there's been a lot of talk about my filtering process for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. I've been called a tyrant. I've been accused of fascism. There's been Photoshops, AI-generated photos of me and my dog. I've even been accused of sinking the USS Free Dotem, and it really feels like things are kind of starting to hit a boiling point. So I talked with management, and I talked with the guys on the show, and it feels like now is as good a time as ever to kind of address it and put out a statement regarding me filtering specifically Kevin Miller and his repeated first time I slept with another man homoerotic emails, and also Cucky the Dwarf's like 7-step poop joke emails like the one that was filtered today and didn't make it to air. So with that, I would just like to read this statement that I prepared and kind of hope this clears things up a bit.
I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. The double champ does what the he wants.
Doug, what a moment.
Gosh, you're apologizing to nobody.
Absolutely not a soul.
Unbelievable.
Wow, that was a strong message.
Iggy says you missed a name.
I was just talking about this current iteration, Iggy. It was good to see you on Friday, dap you up, and I miss you.
To dap you up.
You like that? That's like doing numbers.
What the hell's that? You saw Iggy and you dapped him up. Stop talking like
a
this.
handshake.
Well, why don't you say I shook his hand?
Why don't you conform one time?
This isn't the 40s, Doug.
The 40s.
So rigid.
They didn't say that 6 months ago. I'm going to dap you up.
They did.
Stop it.
Maybe not in your circles of the world.
No, they sure don't.
Tim and Doug, did he really talk with you? I think we might have a big lie here. That's from Just Don't Press Push.
Well, I've spoken with him, sure. About lots of things. Maybe not about that, but about lots of other things.
Yeah, it was a different conversation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do they send as vile a thing as they can think of to write just to see if it'll ever get through?
No, I think most people have a pretty good idea of, the boundaries. But
well, give the guidelines for what's going to get through for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. What are you looking for? What's going to get through? Somebody won $50 yesterday.
I appreciate. I just want it to be a little bit more highbrow than just. I think the one yesterday was a 7-step process from Construction Tips with Colin about installing a bidet, and there was just a lot of poop humor.
Yeah,
Doug,
we don't need poop humor.
You can do better.
I get a lot of that from my 3-year-old. He's currently in that mode where that's
right.
Well, that's our base.
It seems funny when you're writing it, and then when you hear another gentleman read it, you go, what in the world was that all about?
Be witty. You can poke fun at us, but I just think you can do better than a little bit of, I think schmearing was brought up quite a bit in the email.
And the word count feature is right there. Don't be afraid to just double and triple.
So you're
check
feeling
that.
like, Jackson, the emails are too long?
Sometimes. If it's funny, long is okay. But
so what are you trying to say?
If you're not confident in it, best to be short.
And if it's too long, it means others can't be read.
Right, it's a touch selfish.
Yes, it is.
And like today, the first 2 segments have gone over an hour each, so it's gonna be a tight window at the end. I don't have time for.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Well, you sure don't.
Love it, Chairman. Exactly my thoughts to those who ask why I listen to this show. F them. That's from Sharon and Clayton Starr, the Real Housewives of TMA.
Okay. All right.
It doesn't matter if you win. Jackson doesn't send the prize. That's from the 314.
Well, stamps.
Untrue. False.
Reading between the lines, it sounds like Chairman Kurt wants more Butchie stories. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man.
Yeah, send one in today. We'll see if it makes it through.
Gosh, that's almost a threat.
A pant size of 38-30 having to defend his scoring system on Instagram is top-tier little man syndrome.
Listen, I told Jackson and Doug during the break, my love handles are going to be gone by my 40th.
Oh, is that right?
I'm back on my BS.
4 a.m. to work out anyway?
Yeah, but the diet's been garbage.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What treats you been enjoying?
Lately, I've been on a chocolate-covered almond kick.
Oh.
Dark chocolate and sea salt.
That's not horrible for you, dark chocolate.
Yeah,
or
but
almonds.
it's calorie dense. And I'm doing numbies with the chocolate-covered almonds.
I bet you're not getting fat on chocolate-covered almonds. Not that you're fat.
No,
I bet that's not where the love handles are coming from.
I've chubbed up a little bit, and when I turn 40, I want to be shirtless and proud.
What day is your birthday, if you don't mind me asking?
July 6th. I think it's a Sunday.
Fast approaching.
Yeah, coming up.
Wow.
So you're going to take your shirt off here to show that you have no love handles?
My birthday's the day before, but if you want to come over, I'll probably be topless.
I won't come over.
Is July 6th D-Day?
No.
You sure?
I'm sure it's not. I don't know when it is.
Is it June 6th?
6th, yes.
June 6th, okay.
You know, Doug's father was in WW2.
For sure.
A little disrespectful. A little bit.
No, that was a fair question.
A little bit.
June
It's
6th,
crowdsourcing.
I thought for a second it was. Okay, June 6th. I had the name of the month right, or the first letter, and the number. And the number.
Yeah.
June and July, what's combined?
I think maybe you need some time away.
I don't know. Unify the Carolinas, the Dakotas, and make June and July 1 month.
Wow.
It's my platform.
This guy's kind of takey himself.
Yeah. Okay. July 38th.
You know what's terrible about having a July birthday? I never got to celebrate it in school. Never got the classroom celebration.
Oh, yeah.
Nowadays, they do it. They're very inclusive. They'll make sure that they get included. But back when I was in school, it's just the summer babies got the shaft.
Huh. And that upset you back then, did it?
Yeah.
It did.
Celebrate me.
Deport that pale loser.
Because I asked a question.
Today is June 6th. You make me sick.
Oh,
that's from
get
the
over
Horsey
yourself.
Woods.
Yeah. Make you sick.
Do you think you could have done that yourself? Just start running up a beach with machine gun firing coming at you?
I mean, like,
I have a tough time even watching the first 15 minutes of Saving Private Ryan, much less participating in it.
No, that's the greatest generation for a reason.
We had that sound story yesterday, Doug, and you hear stories like that.
There's a Korean War veteran, right?
Yeah, and I wouldn't have been cut out for that. I think the day he went in and signed up, they shipped him out, right?
Yeah, that's what he said. The very day he didn't even get to go home. But he went to, it was during the Vietnam War, but instead of having to go to Vietnam, they sent him to Korea to help guard the demilitarized zone there, to keep North Koreans from trickling through South Korea to go join the fray.
Got it. All right, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chairman Kurt's filter has been, the guidelines have been given. So now you know. So email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. NBA Finals also heading right here on 101 ESPN. They'll get underway on Thursday with the Thunder and Pacers game 1. Pregame at 6:30. Tip-off at 7:30 right here on 101 ESPN. Those are their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Soon at Wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Come give us a chance, we'll make your day. Our shenanigans will never leave you bored. Did you just say that? Good Lord! So grab your bonbons and pour your wine. It's our turn to shine. We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Okay. That'll be the beginning and the end of the show, right?
That's right.
With video behind it, yeah.
Those videos would so do numbies.
They would so do numbies. I agree. They would so do numbies.
Mhm.
It is a hit waiting to happen.
Okay.
It
I'll get
really
busy.
is.
I will
am
get busy.
so bullish on the Real Housewives of TMA. If you were doing a round of funding, would you call it a seed round?
I don't know that I would.
I'd be in.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I would be in.
Yep.
I'm buying stock on the Real Housewives of TMA.
I don't think it's even going to take a round of funding. We just go and interview them, right?
I'm just telling you,
edit a
I'm
little
bullish on it.
Okay, we'll get busy with it.
Sharon and Clayton, star. I mean, absolute star.
Yeah.
Find me someone who the people love, but more importantly, find me someone the people hate.
Oh.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
That's a man.
Scott's wrinkled boss ex-wife.
Live all
That's
day.
okay.
And maybe like Lisa Ann visits one time. And then she rolls up in the minivan again.
In
That's
the minivan?
episode 6. Yeah, she rolled up to the Donum in the minivan, and it was a whole scene. Yeah, very hot.
Now, doesn't she live like a long way away on a
peninsula
somewhere? Right? Okay. I'd like it to be convenient. That's why Sharon and Clayton. That's a nice one. It's 5 minutes away.
I'll drive you out there, Doug. It's
Okay.
worth it.
Sharon's Ledoux pool boy says, can I be on it?
You're a gentleman.
No.
I suppose in this day and age we should have one.
OMG, I am still fired up. Nothing pisses me off more than this soft generation not knowing key days in American history. Coming off Memorial Day, and you guessed July 4th.
I didn't. That's just wrong.
March 4th.
I hate when the older generation is wrong, like all the time. How about that? I messed up one day. I can name every capital of all 50 states. I can draw the continental U.S. from memory. You're going to talk to me about this.
What's Vermont?
Vermont, Montpellier.
What about the accent?
Don't give it a French accent.
It has the accent mark.
Don't give it
has
that.
the accent
That's
mark.
not how we say it in this here United
Montpellier.
States. Montpelier.
Oh, I'm not saying it like that.
Well, that's how you're supposed to say
That's
it.
just
Man, you
wrong.
ain't eating potatoes. You ain't eating potatoes.
Whatever. These guys.
The Prince of Glendale wants to produce the Real Housewives of TMA. Prince of Glendale's done some work. Worked with Aaron Spelling on Falcon Crest, I believe. Prince of Glendale.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
But there are a lot of people want to be on this show, Dan.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. We could make some stars.
Ray King says, can my wife be on the show? But his wife is a
Another
relatively
gentleman. Come on, this is for the women.
Heavy
This is
set.
not for cross-dressers.
bearded gentleman who is nuzzling up with Ray King in section 103 at a Blues game.
Do you think that picture is the most texted in picture in the text inbox?
Mark McGuire with no pants on.
5,000%.
Yep.
Close second, though.
Bad at math and history. No wonder he's a radio producer.
Oh.
Tim Pele Blanco.
Keep texting.
Drawing the continental United States from memory is giving me.
Careful now.
Doug, the people are unfortunately not happy with the program and the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and they're not happy. And now I see conspiracy theories in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. God almighty.
Really?
Iggy says, however, he met 5 female listeners on Saturday who would be perfect.
Really?
Yeah, so
Okay.
maybe Iggy can be involved with the Real
How many do you think we
Housewives of
need?
TMA. What do they usually have on those shows?
4 or 5 or
Yeah.
so.
Oh, they don't get along, do they?
I haven't really watched one of the shows, but for maybe a second here or two.
I watched the first 5 minutes when Edmonds was on it,
Yeah.
and I turned to my wife and I said, "Oh my God, I think these might be the worst human beings in the history of mankind."
Were they bad-mouthing each other? Is that what it is?
Yeah, and poor Edmonds, just they used the shears to frame him in a way that wasn't necessarily the most flattering.
Yeah.
Sweet mother of mercy, what a program. But you know what? We're going to put together the Real Housewives of TMA, and we've got a hit on our hands. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming your way. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. Michael and his family have been in the flooring business now for more than 3 decades. That's right, 3 decades. And they have a staff that is not only passionate about the work they do, but passionate about customer service. Go to igotfloored.com to learn more. And if you go online right now, you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. The family has been locally owning and operating Michael's Flooring for over 30 years. Their passion is flooring, and Michael wants you to know that when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. At Michael's Flooring, they have a wide variety of flooring options for you. Carpet is awesome, and it is back in style. 3 easy-to-get to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Dardenne Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here in a matter of moments. Doug, I don't know if you remember Mark Miller Furniture?
Sure I do, yeah.
Just texted me during the commercial break. He's a delight. And he said, The Real Housewives of TMA. The theme song is a catchy tune. It's a hit waiting to happen.
I think so.
Buy
Got to get busy.
Your stock now.
Got to get busy with this.
All right. Sharon and Clayton, in.
Mm-hmm.
Scott's wrinkled ballsack's wife, in.
Well, she would have to agree to it, wouldn't she?
She's made it clear she wants to be on the program.
Oh, she has?
And we need 2 or 3 more. Who else? I say self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, but
That's a man.
Well, that's not confirmed.
I mean, nobody's going to come in here and say, "Hi, everyone. My name is Scott's wrinkled ballsack's wife."
I think Triple B wants to be involved.
Oh, yeah?
Ball and beer bitch.
Okay, sure.
All right.
We're getting there. Building a roster.
Halfway home.
And the first episode is at Brio. I think Parties in the Park's back. That could be a nice one.
Wait, what are they going to just stand around and criticize other people as they walk by?
Yeah.
People watch and take shots at people? Might be kind of interesting, actually.
TMA stands for Tim McKernan is awesome. That's from Car Wash Dave. Are we giving out a text of the day? Are we? Edges and Stripes LLC says Janet needs to be the 4th member.
Wouldn't mind it.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Wouldn't mind it at all.
There's a couple saying that stay at home is licks, you idiots. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Probably so.
All right. Well, Doug, you're putting a cast together. I think we've got a show. I'm excited about it. It is going to be magic. Tim, take my wife. That's from the Rich PP. So I guess she is going to be on the program as well. It's all happening. So we've got ourselves a nice little presentation.
Okay.
James Carlton, sponsor of both this program and the Tim McKernan Show podcast. James Carlton's online at carltoninsurance.net. James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800. 314-961-4800. 4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net and check them out on Google, where you're going to see 425 plus 5-star reviews for the service that James and his team provide. I have been a client of James Carlton now for more than 6 years. The one thing that James has done for a number of listeners over the years is if you have somebody who is on your policy but under the age of 25 in your family, that is where James and his staff have really saved people money. So if that is you, call 314-961-4800 or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. 1041 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, at this point, you're going to have to log into the Air Comfort Service text inbox because we have been flooded with applications for the Real Housewives of TMA for what I think is the final spot, too.
Have we really?
Yeah,
Okay.
because we already have Sharon and Clayton, self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and Scott's wrinkle ball's ex-wife. So there's one spot left, and now, Carlos Spicewieners says he's volunteering his wife, who doesn't listen to the show at all, against her will, but she might be a nice wild card and put some of these timeshare hawking ladies in their place.
Oh.
They can email me pics. I'll sift through them and pick. I'll do it.
Or maybe a little video explaining why they should be on the show.
Nice. See, that's what's going to make you this producer of this franchise.
Right. Because you got to have some sass. You got to have some personality.
A little edge.
Mm-hmm.
All right, send it in to Doug.
Sounds like it's
What,
just
DM you. You're on Insty.
Well, you don't have to DM me. I was thinking maybe the text line here. Could they send it there?
Sure.
Okay. So we could all see it and make a decision.
Pick me, Doug. That's from the female listener.
Doesn't sound like a female.
My wife wants in, but she teaches at a small Catholic school, so can her face be pixelated and voice changed post-edit? Yeah.
Yeah, we can dateline.
Probably so,
We can
yeah.
dateline this piece.
She's going to have to really bring some hot takes if that's the parameters we're working with.
You sound like James Earl Jones during it.
Take that damn hat off, you turncoat. That's from Big Tuft.
Oh.
Now we're wearing
Dodger
LA
cap?
hats.
It's a sharp cap, can't lie.
I worry that it's too small for my head. I got a big head, and only the 5950s typically fit.
The A-frame, though. A-frame hat. That's the news. That's in vogue now. And they're really good
What
looking.
makes it an A-frame?
That frame of the cap, the
It's
crown.
an A-frame.
It kind of looks like an A.
Looks like something at Innsbruck.
Okay.
Blessed.
All right. It doesn't look that different from most other hats, but now that you point that out,
See
it
the
does have a little
A-frame?
bit of a peak
Yeah, like
to
the
it.
point at the top.
Okay.
It's sharp. It's a good-looking cap, Chairman. Don't let anyone talk you down.
Engine Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man says, all right, we're taking it up a notch. I'm nominating my 400-pound ex-mother-in-law.
Wouldn't be a bad choice. We want to be inclusive, certainly.
She's got some sass.
All right, so send the videos in, making your case, because this thing I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
It's gone from just BSing about it to now I think it's going to happen.
Okay.
All right, email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's coming up next. This is TMA.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action tonight, taking on the Kansas City Royals. 6:45 first pitch. Andre Palante on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, I don't know how to handle the number of applications now for the Real Housewives of TMA.
Okay,
Maybe we need to break it down by different areas of our.
Okay.
You know, because Andy Cohen. You know, what was the first one?
Was it not Orange County?
I don't think so. No, I don't know.
Beverly Hills.
I was going to guess Beverly Hills.
There was one in Atlanta.
Yeah,
New
Jersey.
New Jersey.
Yeah, Jersey. Salt Lake, right? Didn't that happen?
Really?
I thought.
Yeah, Orange County was the first.
Oh, was it really?
They've been all over the place.
So, I mean, maybe we start with the Central Corridor, but then we expand. I mean, there's just so many applications. KG, you met my wife, mother, the Tri-Delt that would have embarrassed Iggy in the IQ test. She would be great for TMA Housewives because she absolutely hates this show, is embarrassed that I listen to it and contribute to it, and thinks all the listeners are losers, including me. She's perfect for the last spot. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Sounds like a good soundbite there.
I think we've got a presentation. I think we've got a podcast. I think we've got a winner, and I'm buying stock, Doug.
Okay.
So there you go. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Subscribe to goodorbad.com for highbrow cinema analysis through the unfiltered and unapologetic lens of someone with a 4.5 long months of real-world experience in a hair helmet.
That's right.
This week, Jackson digs a flamethrower to modern cinema discourse in defense of the film Kangaroo Jack. Tune in as Jackson calls
to Jerry O'Connell.
Marsupial caper, quote, an unflinching post-590 press conference allegory about miscommunication and the unearned confidence of new money. The unearned confidence of new money. He claims people, quote, miss the point because the talking kangaroo is metaphorical. And, quote, if you watch it in French with subtitles, it's much harder, end quote.
That movie's good.
He accuses modern audiences of reducing the film to a meme. This isn't Paul Blart Mall Cop, okay? This is absurdist cinema. It's Mona Lisa on a razor scooter. Honestly, you guys are just too naive to understand the voice of my generation nowadays. Unless you've lived under your parents' roof in Ladue and inexplicably been given an executive role right out of undergrad. It ain't for you. This is basically Donnie Darko if Frank the Rabbit wore a tracksuit and Cuban chain in the Outback. Honestly, this film had to crawl straight to DVD so Oppenheimer could run in IMAX. Navigate our Patreon, where Jackson's working on a 3-part TikTok series called How Kangaroo Jack Predicted the Collapses of Pancoin, and describes Anthony Anderson's performance as emotionally reminiscent of early Brando. Yeah. Craving more think pieces? Log into the TMA All Day app right after the triple replay of the nauseating segment where a 74-year-old adult star lobbies for some porn bill nobody cares about.
Yeah, there's 3 different segments about that.
For 2 hours straight. Which someone deemed funny enough to be considered a passed out bit because Jackson and his idiot buddies oatmeal service merchandise and pregnancy pillow will be hosting a panel discussion on Minions 3, The Rise of Gru, which they call soft propaganda for Android users. Best, that's from goodorbad.com street team, now powered by Carol House because you like nice things, link in bio.
Sounds
Boy,
great.
that's a long name. goodorbad.com street team. He's new.
It's impossible to keep an email short when describing how incredible Tim McKernan is. So I'm not going to even try. It's getting hot in here, so take off all Doug Vaughn's clothes. That's from Kevin Miller.
Kevin Miller with a government name.
Good morning. Sharon struts around Clayton like she's top shelf, but let's be real. She's box wine in a Yeti cup. She thinks chatting up blues players makes her elite. But, girl, you're one awkward selfie away from a restraining order. Behind the fake tan and Botox is a whole lot of delusion and zero self-awareness. You're not St. Louis royalty, Sharon. You're just a hockey-obsessed has-been with a Kohl's credit card and a dream. With ice-cold truth and zero chill. That's from great Aunt Mildred.
Great Aunt Mildred. She's new.
And finally, peace and love and peace and love. Really enjoyed how Jackson stopped the show dead in its tracks at 7:02 this morning to give the following take. The new Dale Earnhardt documentary on Amazon Prime is must watch. Real redemption moment after his cinema takes were called into question yesterday. Honestly didn't know Jackson and Ledoux gang of Sweet Sweet Kai, the Ken Dog Solo Cup, and Ladder Rack got down with NASCAR. Now I understand why Jackson's Twitter header says, raise hell, praise Dale. Anyways, I'm honored to be mentioned in the same breath as Mr. Lick, Swope, Chairperson Kurt, Steve, and one Let It Be Awful Way, and the blind gentleman who fills the void of using these airwaves as his own personal audio postcard to himself. Looking forward to picking up my little something of a half-used gift card previously used as leverage to block the show from jumping to another station. Tickets to a 2023 Cardinal game and whatever is left over from Iggy's 2024 break room pop-up bodega sale. Thanks, boys. Kisses. That's Alan Dadeville. Doug, what you got?
Alan Dadeville. I'll say goodandbad.com street crew.
Yep, street team.
Street team.
Street team shipped it. We got to go. Bye.